right. Well, everyone, welcome to the PokeDuels second Champions Tournament. We're here with Prince, myself, and Pablo Meza, a very interesting combination of pro player, caster, and content creator. Pablo, if you want to introduce yourself for a minute, that'd be great.
Hi, Prince. Thank you very much. Very happy to have been invited to cast the Tournament of Champions by PokeDuels. Um, yeah, I've been playing for 20 years. I'm in a weird period where I'm doing a lot of content. I'm traveling a lot to play, and then I've also been casting some events, and I've been really enjoying it. So I'm very happy that I'm sure those opportunities through Pokemon led to this fantastic opportunity here for PokeDuels.
Yeah, well, it's really great to have you. We're super excited to have such an accomplished player with us today. Um, and I think the viewers are going to really enjoy your insight on the game. I think we're just setting up here on the board and we should be good to go in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that timer restarted for the round. And then we have a very interesting matchup here. We have Mew VMAX against Duraludon VMAX, two of the few playable VMAXs left. And there's the fist bump to get us started.
Yeah, great starts on both sides. Pablo, tell us a little more about this matchup. We know Parker's playing the Fusion Strike version of Mew today, not a super commonly played deck anymore. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the Fusion Strike version of the deck is definitely one of the less preferred versions at the regional level tournaments, at least. It does offer a more aggressive approach, whether you go or whenever you go second, you have the possibility to get very aggressive with Meloetta, but then it does come at a cost. Usually you're burning some of your resources in terms of powered tablets or switching cards just to hit that big number, and of course it's not guaranteed. So it's definitely it's a high risk, high reward sort of strategy, and it does occupy quite a lot of space. And Mew has definitely been preferring to be more disruptive with high judge counts, high path to the peak counts, and that is definitely a big card that's not showing up. Even though path to the peak is a little counterintuitive in Mew VMAX decks, it has become a staple, and of course it would have helped bypass Duraludon VMAX's ability. Max Miracle still exists, but it'll make for a slightly harder path to victory for Parker, I believe.
Yeah, along with that, I think you brought it up just a second ago with the high counts of Judge and Marnie. That's going to be big in this matchup. Duraludon doesn't love to be Marnie to the bottom. They don't have a ton of super high draw power. Um, and Parker here doesn't play any hand disruption, and you're right, has no path to the peak. So he'll have to be pretty um, precise with his gameplay and really, really find a strategy that's going to work for him in this matchup.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be very aggressive, and we just saw Parker use up a Fusion Strike, a Power Tablet to draw, I believe, one extra card. And I definitely think that's a slight mistake because they went first, so they have the advantage here, especially if Boston isn't able to find a double turbo to power up Duraludon immediately. And those power tablets are the only way to boost the damage for Max Miracle later down the line. So I think they become very, very valuable resources, and just drawing one extra card didn't seem that worth it to me, but they do have Silene to potentially recover some of them towards the end of the game.
Yeah, no, most certainly. And I think looking at the Marnie that Boston just played really did help out Parker. Parker drew into a double turbo, a boss's orders, and a Mew VMAX. So he's going to be probably targeting down that Duraludon on the bench if it's possible for him this next turn.
Yeah, they're gonna be one power tablet short, but of course Mew, through Genesec's ability, is able to draw a bunch of cards, right? So you really can't ask for much more. There's also merit if Boston didn't get a double turbo to power up the Duraludon, then ideally you just knock out the Arceus V-Star, right? I mean the Arceus V, sorry, right there, because then you can't power up, and then I think this Ultra Ball for the second Arceus V definitely is a tell that Boston is not able to find that double turbo.
Exactly. This matchup looking pretty good for Parker after his first turn really wasn't that great. It wasn't super aggressive, didn't draw into any VIP passes, but Boston missing the double turbo and really any energy drop at all is actually pretty crucial. Parker's going to be pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, definitely no energy. Like whenever you're playing an Arceus deck, you have one goal find an Arceus and attach an energy to it on turn one. And Boston wasn't able to do that. So even though there isn't a second Mew in play, Parker's setup seems to be a little convoluted in the sense that they're not drawing a bunch of cards. They don't have their bench full of those Fusion Strike Pokemon that they want. Boston really had a very underwhelming turn one. So the advantage that Parker has right now is huge because the only way you recover from this but is potentially a right hand, which we already see in the discard pile, and with no basic energy in the discard pile, no chance to use it either. So it's going to be really tough for Boston, and it's incredible because it's only been one turn, and Boston's already really far behind at this point.
Oh yeah, and I mean Parker. You saw he was pretty intelligent. He played that Silene, got one heads, one tails, and was looking at a Alessa Sparkle possibly, but stacked a escape rope and drew into that because he knows next turn he needs a switch out for his Mew VMAX. And so great play by Parker there. Really like the way he's managed this matchup early on.
Yeah, really good foresight into the next few turns and what he really needs to do in order to build up on this advantage that he already has, right? Like the way you let Boston get back into the game is if they're able to, or if you whiff attacks, right? So the escape rope, no matter what you're attacking cards, there's already a power tablet having been exhausted, and Parker needs a lot to get rid of the Arceus. So then you go in for a play like, okay, if they have it, they have it, and I'll go into a next game. If they don't, then maybe I still stand a chance. But I think evolving the Draldon VMAX is the biggest key right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the strategy he could use here is attach energy to the Arceus and then hope the Arceus doesn't get knocked out, and then chase Mew Vs after that, and just hope that he doesn't get a second Mew VMAX up for the original one to copy. But Parker does go with the basic energy and evolves his Duraludon to the VMAX and passes the turn.
Yeah, Boston being very, very careful, I guess, and preparing for the absolute worst, right? Which is Arceus V-Star going down, which is okay, right? It's a path to consider, but I feel like then you're only giving Parker more time, and you know their hand is definitely convoluted. So I think with the resources that Parker has already exhausted, and the fact that their bench is not looking great, and the fact that the last turn they didn't do too much, you know, they're probably relying on a top deck to do like anything at all. So I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred the riskier quotation marks riskier play of just grabbing the double turbo and calling it like, okay, you have it, you have it. You don't, then I get back into the game immediately.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you there. And it looks like, I mean, Parker, the high roller that he is, drew the quick ball off the top of the deck, just like he was hoping to, and got himself into a Mew V. That puts Boston in a pretty tough spot. Having the Mew V up, he's going to be able to evolve it next turn and Max Miracle his way into that Duraludon.
Yeah, now I did see, or I did miss the boss plus escape rope play, so Parker will be able to attack into the Arceus V-Star, which is what I guess Boston had in mind, but still, like, the KO was not guaranteed at all. It required so many resources from Parker with a clogged up hand, not a great bench. So if Boston was sitting right now with a double turbo attached to Arceus V-Star, he'd definitely be in a much better situation at this point in time.
Exactly. Then he's just one energy attachment away from possibly having a win con in this game.
Yeah, you'd immediately start applying pressure, set up the 2-hit KO, and then you VMAX. You'd establish your board. You'd thin the deck as well to improve your chance of top decking better cards as well. And now Boston's play is basically hope to find a metal energy. If he doesn't find a metal energy in back-to-back turns, then it's not much is happening for him. And then he still needs to attack at least 3 times if he went boss on 3 Genesects, or 4 times if he knocked out 2 Mew VMAXs. So very, very uncomfortable situation to be in. And Boston played like super hyper extra safe and I guess pessimistic in a way. But I feel like if Parker had it, you just go into game 2 because you're already very far behind anyway. So I would have liked that double turbo. I think that could be the game deciding play right there of the V-Star.
I think so. And I mean, on top of that, Boston just played 2 Pokegears, didn't draw into a supporter that he really wanted to see, decides to play the Colress out of his hand. I'm guessing he was probably looking for some kind of supporter to help him draw more cards. Played two
Yeah.
Poke Gears right there and failed the first and got the single strike mustard off of the second.
Yeah, he was definitely holding the colors. I think he was also trying to like thin the deck to maximize the possibilities of finding those crucial metal energies. But I don't believe he found one. So then that means he's now delayed another turn. Yeah, so we see how like a decision made last turn has now escalated into this turn, which will then escalate into the next turn, and so on and so forth. So sometimes it's okay to be risky.
At this point in time, do you think it would be a little smarter to go ahead and scoop this game and move on to the next game?
I mean, there's 75 minutes. So like at regionals, when you're playing the Switch rounds and it's 50 minutes, I mean, you've seen Parker's slightly convoluted setup as well. So I definitely think there's a small ray of hope, but I don't know. I would prefer to just like be okay. You know what? Game's done. Let's just move on to the next one.
You could also be just looking for more information on Parker's deck list as well. Parker having this weird setup hasn't shown too much of his cards and hasn't had to really exercise a lot of his options so far this game.
Yeah, that's true. Of course, Pokemon is a game of information, as you mentioned, and the more you find out about their deck is important. But this also means you're giving out more information, right, on what you are running. So it's a sort of double-edged sword. Although I think since we played this specific format for like almost 6 months, I'm pretty sure most players, especially at a tournament of champions, will like if you ask them, they could probably predict at least 55 or 57 of the cards of their opponent's deck list just based on what they've seen already.
Exactly. This isn't like 10, 15 years ago where every single deck list is always a surprise. We have limitless and so many other options um, for knowledge in the Pokemon game right now.
Indeed. Yeah, now we're gonna finally see the Max Miracle get into play, and with no energy on the board, no threat of either Arceus or Duraludon, I am having a really hard time finding a path for Boston to win this match.
Yeah, and Parker does get that second power tablet, making Max Miracle do 190 damage here. Um, Probably looking to clean up next turn
Yeah,
with the
setting up
other
setting up a perfect two-hit KO, right? 190
Mhm.
with this one, and then 140,
40 with the other one.
which is 330, which is exactly Duraludon VMAX's HP. Yeah, there you go. Or
Ooh,
we
or
could see
even
it
this.
the other way around. Yeah,
Yeah.
either way works, right? Yeah, and it's two attacks. That
Yeah, two
works.
hit KO nonetheless. Parker doing a great job at. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the clean gameplay here by Parker. Well played so far this game.
Yeah, Parker knows exactly how to take advantage of the bad situation that Boston is in. And yeah, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be bothering placing the damage counters on my Pokemon. I just see my top deck.
Exactly.
It's not a metal energy. Let's just go on to the next game. And
Yeah,
there we have it.
Boston agrees with you. He didn't play bad, really. Didn't make many misplays. Just unfortunately couldn't draw into the cards he needed to play the game.
Yeah, we just had that crucial turn of the V Star, right? Parker led off the pedal, if you will, a little bit on the pressure, and Boston had that opportunity. He went for the hyper conservative route, and it ended up. I'm not sure Boston still had a good chance to win, even if he had gone for the double turbo, but he definitely would have stood a chance.
Yeah, I think the big difference there would have been he would have been able to attack into something at the very least if he had
Yeah,
not chosen to go for the basic energy on the Duraludon.
right.
Um,
And then with a Duraludon powered up, maybe off of the Colress, you find a double turbo and a hyper potion. All of a sudden, you
mhm.
eliminate one max miracle, and maybe you get back into it. Especially with Parker's like convoluted setup early on. I think I saw he accumulated at one point like 3 battle VIP passes or something, which was really
Yeah,
awkward on
in
that
his
second
hand.
hand after the Marnie. Yeah.
Yeah, his Serena, he Serena'd away, I think, a escape rope and 2 battle VIP passes to draw 4 cards.
Now, I will say, I don't know what makes Marnie such a cursed card. I really don't understand. Like, I'm personally if anyone has ever seen any of my videos, especially during the pause that we had where we were only playing on PCGO, I I I despise Marnie with a passion. It's just like I am so happy it's no longer legal, and I know we're getting something similar with Iono in June. I feel like 6 cards as opposed to 4 in the beginning, which is when it's most crucial to not dead draw, is gonna be less impactful. But I'm not going to be surprised when I still dead draw off of 6 cards, because I did that a lot. Like I'd get the 4 cards of Marnie, and I'd be like, okay, these are 4 dead cards, so I'm 4 turns closer to not dead drawing, right? But then I'd still continue to dead draw for the next 4 turns. So it's like, we'll see.
Yeah, there's always something about Marnie. That Marnie to 4 is a
Yeah,
killer. And it doesn't, I mean, it's not like you're drawing a completely
yeah.
abysmal amount of cards. You get 4 cards plus a top
Plus
deck.
your
You wouldn't
top
think
deck,
5
exactly.
cards.
Yeah,
Yep, you
but
wouldn't think 5
it's
cards
just
would kill you that much, but
it's
almost every
cursed.
single time.
It's a cursed card. I really don't know. That's why Oranguru became my new best friend all last season, and why I played Lost Box as well. It's like, okay, if I get Marnied, I'm gonna at least see 2 more cards with my Comfey. I'm gonna see at least 2 more if I get an energy with Greninja, and I'll also be able to save something with Oranguru. So
Save something
all
with
the
Oranguru,
anti-Marnie.
exactly. Yeah, Boston having a much better start this turn. Gets to go first, gets the double turbo down on the Arceus and a Duraludon down. Really can't ask for much more as long as he has a supporter for next turn. Boston's looking pretty good this game.
Yeah, Boston definitely off to a much better start, and the quick ball discard of the Marnie, I think, indicates that they do have a supporter for next turn. But unfortunately, Parker has the perfect Mew deck to help counteract this, right? Like, this is the only Mew deck that can potentially threaten the Arceus, and Parker already has an Alyssa Sparkle, a Fusion Strike Energy,
And a
and
way to burn his hand down.
and a way to burn his hand down, and a choice belt, so also the damage modifier that he would require. So I'm pretty sure he already has the knockout on this Arceus V, no matter what, and that just means Boston is back to square one, and we might see a quick game 2 as well.
Yeah, I think in this situation, playing against, knowing that you're playing against Fusion Mew, you might want to go for the second Arceus instead of the Duraludon.
Yeah.
But I understand where Boston's coming from as well. I mean, if Parker has the nuts, he has the nuts, and there's not much you can do about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the fact that they play the Meloetta doesn't mean they're gonna pull it off, right? I would say
Mhm.
that it's not even like a 50% chance to pull it off so cleanly either. Yeah.
Exactly.
Force Seal Stone definitely helps increase that amount. Like, I'd be making up percentage if I just said it was higher or whatever. But
Exactly.
realistically, I don't know. Okay, but
Oh,
maybe I missed something. I don't think they have the Fusion Strike energy then, because
yeah,
they
I
didn't
thought
use.
they had the
I
Fusion
generally
Strike
thought
energy,
they
but I guess
did,
you're
yeah.
correct.
Yeah. So now this is definitely an interesting spot where you would like to thin your hand and your deck with the Alessa Sparkle, but then you're also decreasing the chance of finding a natural
Fusion Strike.
Fusion Strike energy into your hand, right? So there's always that crucial, difficult decision to make. Parker realizes that their hand is now not looking too hot, so they need some really 2 good cards off of this next Genesect.
Exactly. And the last card in Parker's hand is an Ultra Ball. So he'll draw up to 3 cards and he'll have the ability to Ultra Ball for another Genesect if he feels the need to do so. So
Right.
he's still looking at seeing at least another, I think, 6 more cards.
Yeah, for sure. 6 different cards coming up. And ooh, does that get him there? No. No, no.
No, his Power Tablet
Yeah.
and Double Turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Parker's going for it.
Parker's going for it, but this could be costly. If these 4 cards all of a sudden, there's like, if you don't pull it off and you didn't even bench a Mew, it
He's
gets
not
tricky for Parker here.
yeah, not in a good spot if you can't get Mew V out in the Mew V
Right.
Max deck.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know what card I confused. I think maybe the Pogo Catcher. Like, I could have sworn I saw the Fusion Strike energy in the hand.
I thought you were correct as well. I think maybe that Ultra Ball right there from the edge looks a little bit like the Fusion Strike energy.
Yeah,
I thought he had one as well.
maybe. Yeah, there's a card there that looks exactly like Fusion Strike energy. I Like,
So
their
Parker
left
right
side is
now
blue.
counting to see So I think a play Parker's thinking he might have missed is he discarded that double turbo energy, but he had
Yeah.
played 2 tablets and has a choice belt down.
Right. That's
Which
bonus 90 damage. Exactly. That's why I paused. Like, did he have it? But then he immediately slammed the Ultra Ball.
yeah, and that's kind of where
All
he
right,
was
here we
close, but I
go.
think he was still a little bit short.
Oof,
Oh
the
my goodness.
Cramomatic head slip. It all
Wow.
comes down to that silly Cramomatic.
Oh,
Dang, that
Cramomatic bails Parker out of his unfortunate situation. He doesn't
yeah.
even try to hide. Oh wow, and he has the VIP pass
And
in hand. My
wow, that's
goodness.
really good. Okay, so the damage, would that have worked out like 2 Fusion Strike energies, 140, minus 20 from the double turbo, 120, and then 3 damage modifiers, that's 210. So Parker would have actually been 10 damage short, so he
Yeah,
didn't
10
miss the
damage
KO.
short.
Yeah. With 4 damage modifiers, then sure, but he would have only gotten to 210 at that point with no Mew on the bench, so this was definitely the correct route. If you had gotten the KO, then yeah, you don't need a Mew because nothing threatens you. But wow, that's quite the turn we just saw.
Unbelievable turn of events. Parker went from a 0 card hand to a full board and a knockout on Boston's only Arceus in play. That is unbelievable and really does highlight the power of Fusion Mew.
Yeah. I think would have been interesting to see if Parker actually flipped tails on the Chromatic, if he would have taken the quotation marks risk of Battle VIP passing for the 4th Genesect and another Mew just to continue trying for that Fusion Strike energy.
Yeah. I think at this point in time when you're so bought in, you do make that play and
Yeah.
just say if I still lose this game, I'm going first next game and hopefully I can get out of it that way.
Yeah, true. And this is something that we were talking about in the beginning, right? Like if you pull it off, you're golden. But if Parker hadn't been able to pull it off, he would have already discarded so many resources in terms of the damage modifiers. He would have energy in play. He wouldn't be doing much. So definitely a high risk, high reward sort of play that clearly has rewarded Parker this time around.
Most certainly. And Boston not even able to get an Arceus down here. And Parker just has the switch in his hand, able to get Meloetta out of the active, put up Mew, and hope to Max Miracle this turn.
Yeah, Max Miracle would be pretty brutal at this point. And does look a little logged for Parker, but that Lost Vacuum will definitely help. Get rid of that useless Battle VIP pass and also that useless Choice Bolt on the Meloida, as you can't attack the draw.
Oh my. Parker actually has Echoing Horn in his hand right now.
Yeah.
So he can even go ahead and go that route.
He
This is
can, but
interesting.
yeah, this is interesting because it's a risk, right? Because if you don't like now you open up the KO on an Arceus, but you just removed your choice belt as well, right? So now you need another damage modifier, of which you are down 2. So
he
it opens
does
up another path.
He has
Oh, the
Fusion Strike
fusion
energy
energy.
in hand.
That's true.
The only issue now is he needs to either draw into orders.
He has exactly one plus, or Pokemon Catcher too.
Yeah. Do you know, has he discarded any escape ropes yet?
I don't believe he has. He only plays 1, so I'm pretty sure that's still available unless it's priced. But with the first Seal Stone, now it's guaranteed.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
Unbelievable play here. And he has Silene in hand right now to get the Echoing Horn back for next turn as well, if that's the route he chooses to take.
Yeah, that could simplify. It's like, yeah, I just don't care about Dralton at all. Dang. Really running on all engines, Parker here.
No kidding. This explains why he was able to take the win at the Vancouver Regional Championship in 2022. Parker is one high roller when he's on a streak.
I believe he used Arceus with crushing hammers at that tournament.
That's correct. He's hit a lot of heads that tournament.
Yeah, there you go. And he's hit the crucial head flip on that Cramorant here, so not bad.
Yeah, Parker able to take down a lot of pretty top level players at that tournament, and players that were playing really, really well against him, making no mistakes, but Parker just relentless with those crushing hammer heads.
Yeah, and being relentless here as well. There's a Silene. Are we going to see? Is that a double head?
I think it is a double head.
It is a double head. Oh my goodness. That is probably game over.
That is
Uh,
unbelievable. I mean, there's nothing Boston can do there unless he plays Judge, which
yeah.
I didn't think I saw one in his deck.
No, Marnie, of course, doesn't help. There's no judge in the list. Only Raihan could do something. Oh, wait,
Oh, there's
that's
Judge.
judge. Okay. So we might have a little bit of a mistake here with the list. Okay, so that gives him a little bit of hope. Yeah. We'll have to see what he draws. It's also annoying that if you don't draw basic energy and exactly one fighting and one metal, then you might still also fall far behind. And with Genesex, you know you're not limiting Parker's potential card reach, right? So like most other decks that get judged, and then they're looking at a few cards next turn unless they find a supporter. All right. We do see Pokemon Catcher for Parker available, and we are going to see Boston did find the metal energy. I don't think I see a fighting energy though.
Looks like there's a bit of a stoppage in play. Looks like the Judge was not a part of Boston's original deck list.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
because from the info that I had, yeah, it's definitely not on the info that was shared with us for the casters on the deck list. Um, definitely important to take note of. Yeah.
yeah, hopefully they can get that sorted out nice and quickly. And let's see here. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple judges out there talking about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, luckily, here at Kayfabe Cards in Riverton, Utah, they have some qualified judges and some nice players here and can help sort this out there.
So in the meantime, why don't you tell us a little about the prizes? Like what's at stake at this tournament of champions?
Yeah, so it was I think they had 8 tournaments throughout the Tournament of Champions, and like the whole series, the season ran about 8 tournaments. Every single tournament, the winner got a booster box, and there was great prizing for second and third place as well. And this tournament leads to a cash prize, and so that's what they're battling it out for here. I'm not 100% sure on the exact amount,
Okay.
but they are fighting for a cash prize here on the Champions Tournament. And looks like gameplay has resumed.
Yeah. Gameplay has resumed.
Gotcha. So Boston did receive a game loss
Okay.
for the incorrect
Incorrect.
deck
Yeah.
list, but they're going to play it out anyway for the stream. They want to see how this game turns out, and well, for your guys' entertainment, here it is.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I something that I found very curious right now. We saw Chromatic discard a Forest Seal Stone, which is allowed under or before rotation, but once rotation happens and tool cards get a new designated like specific, they are now tool cards. That means you can no longer use or burn a Chromatic with Forest Seal Stone, I believe, because they're no longer items now; they are exclusively tool cards. So that was something interesting, I think, about the upcoming like rotation that we're gonna have in 1 week's time, not a couple of weeks, in 1 week's time.
Hmm. Yeah, Pokemon making some big changes this time around. Um, I'm excited for the new format. I think it's going to slow the game down a little bit and should be really interesting. Actually, you have any thoughts on the new set?
Yeah, I mean, Scarlet and Violet definitely looking to set some new like base level and groundwork. I also like the fact that um I think with the V Maxes and the V Stars, we kept seeing each set just outclass the next and outclass the next. But it does seem like with Scarlet and Violet, they're trying to set a new baseline, and that's why like most of the X's are not overpowering V Stars. But as we move ahead, and once we eventually hit Scarlet and Violet onwards as a format, the game's going to be a lot more about setting up and a lot more about strategy than the hyper aggression that we are seeing, as we've seen, especially in these games today. So I really like that aspect, and I feel like you mentioned the format slowing down. I feel like the format will slow down, but because decks are getting less consistent, like Lugia, pulling up the turn to Lugia V-Star with all Arceus, now you rely on Mesagoza coin flips, you rely on capturing Aroma coin flips, which are super awkward. Professor Burnett now becomes the star of the deck, basically, which is really crazy to see. Lost Box loses Scoop Up Net, so no bench clearance. You have to end up benching 3 Comface, which are big liabilities. I feel like Mew VMAX is the only deck that still feels very much at the same speed. The
Yeah,
other
I think
decks, like they have the potential, but they're so inconsistent in doing what they wanted to do and they could easily do in the previous format.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% correct. I'm actually really excited. I mean, I think today this matchup right here is the perfect example. After the first two turns, we already have a pretty solid estimate of which player is going to come out on top.
Yeah.
And I think the new format's going to add a lot more nuance to that. Setup will be so much more important. And if the game does slow down a little bit, we'll see a lot more um, strategy come into play instead of my turn 1, 2, and 3 has to be X, Y, and Z in order for me to win this game.
Yeah, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And interesting to see we finally saw Parker slow down for a turn. Wasn't able to get the best possible setup or the best possible hand this time around. And Boston did not find that fighting energy to start doing something this turn. I don't think he has been able to attack in either game so far.
No, not at all yet.
Right. So now Parker does have access to those escape rope plus um, Echoing Horn in order to close out the game. Also has access to a boss's orders. There's the Echoing Horn, I believe, and there's
Wow.
a boss. So
So
that
he just
should
needs a way
be
to retreat.
game.
I think so. Parker attached that double turbo energy to his Mew VMAX. If he had held
Oh
on
yeah,
to
that's
that,
true.
yep.
Yeah, that's
If he had
true.
attached that to the Genesect, he would have had game here. But nonetheless, that is going to be game.
And
Echoing
there
Horn,
they
escape
are.
rope,
Yep,
and
there it
here we
is.
have it.
Yep. Wow, quite a
Yeah.
dominant performance for UV Max decks. And I think that's definitely one of the high risk, high reward things that Arceus V decks have. If your Arceus survives, you're in a fantastic spot. And if you're going first against 9 out of the 10 top decks, you will survive. But this Fusion Strike Mew is the one deck that can reliably punish your Arceus on turn 1 or punish your Arceus on turn 2.
Exactly. I think this match was a great example of the power Mew VMAX can have in the Fusion Strike version. Um, but you do lose a lot of consistency. The double turbo Mew version is a little more consistent. You have more ways to burn your hand and a lot more disruption, but sometimes Fusion Mew just can't be kept up with.
Yeah, really, really tough to to keep up with such a start as we saw by Parker. And now I'm wondering if we have some news about the other games. We know Makani, since they did win uh two of the previous tournaments leading into the Tournament of Champions, they do have a bye and they advance directly to top 4. But we also have Camden with Lost Zone Box Rayquaza, my personal favorite deck, against Riki with Mew VMAX. And then we have a mirror match of Lugia between Evan and Caleb. So I wonder if we have any news about those that we can share with the stream.
Yeah, let's see if we can get any updates on the rest of the matches for sure. I
Yeah.
think we are going to get Parker in here for an interview as well in just a second here.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe if any of the games of the other games taking place if in between, like when they're setting up between game 1 and game 2 or game 2 and game 3, maybe we can get them on the stream.
yeah, that would be. Let's see if we can get that orchestrated. Give me just 2 seconds on that one.
Yeah. All right. Pretty awesome games here at the PokeDuels Champions Tournament. Thanks so much to everyone who has tuned in.
Yeah. So while we are waiting, Pablo, why don't you tell them a little bit about where they can find your channel and where they can find your content as well?
Thank you. Well, my handle is Tablemon, which is coincidentally, I thought it was a very obvious thing, but I guess if you don't speak Spanish, it wouldn't be. With like a play on words with my last name, which is Mesa, which in English is table, and then plus Pokemon Tablemon. And that's how you can find me over at YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, though I haven't streamed in a while, and Facebook, Instagram, everywhere is the Tablemon brand. But of course, my main content happens on YouTube, and then next on Twitter, where we like to meme and share cool stuff.
Yeah, and
Post hot
what kind of
takes.
content can the viewers find on your YouTube? What kind of videos are you mostly making?
So I make a combination of card reviews from like the latest revealed cards from Japanese sets, where they get the cards before us. I also upload deck overviews and gameplays, trying to showcase how to use decks, why the cards in the lists are in there, what their purpose is. Some are very obvious, right? Like Professor's Research, but there might be other not as obvious, like the 2/1 line inclusion of a Magnus on V-Star and a Variety in the X deck. So I try to go in depth for anyone who's like just getting started and wants to learn how to use a deck, or wants to see it in action. Then that's the sort of content that I've been doing. I've also uploaded a guide for the 2023 post-rotation format and what to expect in terms of decks, potential threats, what I think the top decks are. And of course, with how the metagame evolves so quickly with the online tournament scene and tournaments happening basically every day in real life, and with everyone excited about locals, sometimes a week goes by and your information is already outdated. So it's important to keep that updated, and that's what I try to do on my channel.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, from what I've seen, your channel seems to be a really great resource for a lot of players out there that are looking to find information and stay updated on the meta of the game. But yeah, thanks for the introduction. We do have Parker Lish here, the winner of the game that was just on stream. Pablo, you want to kick us off with a question for Parker?
Hey Parker, so first of all, congratulations on your win. That was really impressive and cool to watch, such clean play. And then I was wondering, what made you choose the Meloetta version of Mew instead of the Path to the Peak version of Mew?
So I noticed that a lot of our locals have really picked up Makani Tran's deck that he's been doing so well with his Arceus deck. So I figured if any of them were wanting to stick to their comfort play, I would just try and punish them if the coin flip. So like I would still have options if I went first, and I would still have options if I went second.
Right, I really like that reasoning. So a very specific meta call. So if you were playing at a regional this weekend instead of this tournament, would you consider the other version over Meloetta just because of the big variety of potential decks that you'd face?
Yeah. In a bigger more diverse field, I would definitely choose something that has a little bit more options. The Meloetta build can be a little bit forward in what I'm trying to do, and then like you have to flip a lot of coins. I've played Fusion Mew for LAIC and a few regionals, and like it'll go your way sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't always go the way you want it to. So I would play something consistent.
Okay. I mean, we do know from your Vancouver regional win that you are a fan of coin flips, though, right? With those crushing hammers.
Yeah.
Well, Parker, like I said, great match against Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You are playing against Makani Tran next. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I actually don't know what he's playing, so
he wasn't interesting.
So Makani had the bye, so I wasn't able to quite see what was going on over there. But I mean, if Makani's just playing like Lost Box with like a Drapion or something like that, like I just have to kind of admit that like Fusion Mew is not great into that. My list is very straightforward, and it can't disrupt Lost Box's hand size. So I wasn't really planning on playing against any today. So if that happens, I will just, maybe flip some more coins and try and disrupt Lost Box through pure aggression. But we'll have to see how it goes.
So if you were a betting man, what would you put your money on Makani playing?
What was that?
Like if you needed to make a guess, like if you had to choose your starting Pokemon based on guessing Makani's deck, what would you guess he's playing?
I would guess so. Like, if he sticks to his comfort play, I just expect to see an Arceus. But if he decides to like try and call the meta after he's had so much success with the deck, I'd expect a Lost Box deck.
Okay. Well, we're not gonna reveal Makani's deck, I don't think, but
yeah.
I'm sure your deck will definitely be able to withstand whatever it comes at it, right? Like Mew VMAX is definitely a deck that, even though Drapion exists, we've seen it continue to have success, and I don't think there's any specific deck you wouldn't want to face, right? You have
Right.
answers to most stuff. I do find the lack of Path to a Peak peculiar in your list, but of course, as long as you lost City, the Drapion against any deck that does play it, you should be fine, right?
My reasoning was Path is like just an inconsistency card, and where Fusion Mew is a bit more inconsistent than the DTE build. I just figured I would just go pure consistency as much as possible, have as many outs as possible in case if there were Path.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, and I think we saw that in the match that you just played, right? It doesn't matter how powerful your deck is if you're not doing the very basic thing you need it to
Exactly.
do, right? Yeah.
Well, Parker, thank you so much for the interview. We will hopefully get to see you back on stream sometime soon, and
I hope so.
see how you fare. And if you're hot like you did this game, I'm sure there's stop
For sure.
Well, thanks, Parker.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Parker.
As soon as Parker is out of our microphone's distance, we will kind of go over to Makani's deck and see what he is playing today.
Yeah, and then we also have news from the other games. I believe Caleb won his match, so that means he advances in the Lugia mirror match. And then in the other game, where it was another Mew VMAX deck against Luxembourg's Rayquaza, Riki advances with Mew VMAX. So we have the Mew versus Lugia, and then Mew versus Makani's deck, which I don't know if we can reveal yet or not.
Yeah, so we should be good to go. This is one of the funnier decks. Parker,
Yeah.
as you just heard, guessed that Makani would be playing either Arceus Box or Lost Box. And Makani pulling up with the jankiest deck I've seen in a while. He's playing Lunatol Soul Rock. Pablo, you want to give us some insight on that one?
I mean, I wish I had a deeper insight. I will be 100% honest. It's a very straightforward deck. It's a deck that I made a video on it, played 3 games with it, and then I have never ever played another game with it again. It's like it's a deck that definitely doesn't require a lot of different, or not that it doesn't require, it doesn't offer different game plans. You have one game plan. It does it very effectively, but it's also very limited in the options that it offers, right? So your opponent knows exactly what you're going to do each and every turn, and knows exactly what they could do to potentially hurt you, whether it's with hand disruption. It's always eliminating the energy off the board to make sure they have to reuse Soul Rocks over and over, and you're never hitting like some really big, crazy numbers with that Lunatone. So it's a definitely a very consistent deck. Yeah, and we were just hearing from Parker about how consistency, of course, is the most important thing to take into account. And then this is also definitely an unexpected deck. So I like the fact that both of these players, yeah, Parker and Makani, have chosen decks that are strong both going first and going second, which is when you're going to be playing so few games in a tournament, right? It's only 3 rounds, best of 3, top 8, single elimination. Then you don't want to have like you flip the coin, your opponent goes first, and all of a sudden you have a huge disadvantage no matter what deck you're playing.
Exactly. I think this this next matchup, I'm not sure which one we're going to get on stream, but it will be very, very entertaining to see anybody's face who's playing against Makani when they see him flip over the Lunatone or the Soul Rock.
I mean, I believe we are streaming a top 4 match, and then we're also streaming the 3rd and 4th place match, correct? So no matter what, we're going to see Lunatone Soul Rock at least once today, maybe even more.
Yes, this should be a ton of fun today. I'm really excited to see the power of Lunatone Soul Rock. It can hit some pretty big numbers if it functions correctly, and with the ability to still use your scoop up nets, this being a pre-rotation tournament, you really can get a lot of energy on board in one turn.
Yeah, the scoop up net's definitely a key card for a lot of these single price decks to be able to reutilize resources such as Soul Rock in this case, Comfey in Lost Box's case. It's definitely one of the cards. I think it might arguably be the single most impactful card to go away. Because, like, for example, Lugia, it lost a lot of things, right? It lost Quick Ball, it lost Incense, But like, if they had lost one of the pieces, like one of the key energies or one of the key attackers or one of the quick balls, they would have been fine and be able to more easily adapt. But losing Scoop Up Net alone definitely changes the dynamic and makes a lot of single price decks much worse.
Yeah, I think that if I do have any complaints about the new format, it's that single prize decks are probably my favorite ones to play. And Sableye has done a good job gatekeeping a lot of single prize decks recently,
Yeah.
and then Scoop Up Net going away, you see single prize again lose a lot of power. So it'll be interesting to see what can keep up with what in this next upcoming format, and should be a ton of fun. We did just get news on the next matchup. It is going to be Parker with his Fusion Strike Mew against Makani with Lunatone
Okay.
Soul Rock.
All right.
Any insight on that matchup?
I mean, I at this point, with the price trade, how it is, with single price decks, it might actually be in either player's interest to go second, because then whoever goes second will be able to get that first attack. Of course, Parker has a much harder time doing so through the use of Meloetta, but if they're able to get that first prize and then continue to attacking for the next 5 turns, they will be able to beat Makani. But Makani, if they're able to like power up on a big KO on a Mew or on a Genesect on their first turn, that could really complicate things for Parker. So the aggression going second, definitely not to be underestimated. Both of these decks do take advantage of the fact that they can possibly attack going second. And because both decks do that, I think it might benefit actually to like the advantage might go to whoever goes second this time around.
Yeah, this should be a super interesting match. I mean, I think the other big time like X factor in this matchup will be how Parker is able to utilize his psychic leaps, along with
Exactly.
when he utilizes Meloetta to attack. If he can if he uses those bigger Mews and Mew VMAXs early in the game, and then psychic leaps them away into single prizes or into Meloettas, he might have a chance. I think Parker's playing. Is it 2 Meloettas? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, it is 2 Meloetas. And I want to play devil's advocate here. I actually think that the Psychic Leaf strat is going to be much better if you weave into another Mew VMAX. Because
Oh,
then
interesting.
you are preventing a KO, right? A Lunatone deck can certainly like reach for a KO and a Genesect. It will always be able to KO a Meloetta. But if
Mhm.
you take a prize with your Mew VMAX and weave in another Mew VMAX, tank a hit, and then do it again, yeah, all of a sudden you're becoming very cost effective and you're not giving up any prizes. So I
Yeah, no,
think
that
that's
actually
going to be
makes a
very
ton of
crucial.
sense. In order for Parker to pull that off, he will need 3 Mew Vs on his bench at
Yeah.
any point in time. But the math there, or the line of play works out really well. He needs 1 Mew V for Psychic Leap, which he can bench that turn. He needs 1 Mew V Max to go into, and one that's already tanked the hit. And if he can chain that cycle, along with having a single prize option as an attacker in Meloetta, he really could pick up some pace. And it's just a matter of, can Fusion Mew stay consistent enough to do that?
Yeah, and I think like Parker, I think definitely has a small advantage in the matchup. Just like I'm trying to imagine how it will play out. And in an ideal world, Parker will be able to take 2 prizes and exchange Meloetta 1 for 1, but then force Makani to deal with 2 Mew VMAXs as much as he can. And then that means Makani's playing to get 8 prizes instead of the regular 6. So the 1 copy of Escape Rope that Makani's playing and the 2 bosses orders could be extremely crucial in this match, along with the 3 Serena. Yeah, so they do have a lot of ways to cost. But if you're ghosting, you're not drawing cards, and you don't always just have infinite Soul Rocks, infinite Scoop Up Nets, and infinite Lunatones in your hand, right?
Exactly. I think it'll really be a battle of consistency here. If Makani's able to stay consistent and continue to boss and KO, or Serena and KO some bigger Pokemon and take prizes, he should be able to come out on top. But I 100% agree with you. If Although Parker's strategy is more difficult to play out, if he's able to do that, I do think he has the advantage there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it ends up playing out for either. But yeah, this is gonna be really interesting. I feel like one advice I give people that I coach is like there's no reason to choose to go second. Yeah, like or I don't like using the word always in Pokemon because I feel like there's always exceptions. but like under with no prior information, you should never choose to go second, no matter which deck you're playing. But this, like after both players have information, the player who wins the coin flip and chooses to go first might actually be regretting that choice at that point. I don't know.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm overthinking this, but because like of course the attack for either player is not guaranteed, especially not for Parker. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Especially against single price Pokemon, you can never let off the pressure, right? So the sooner you're attacking, the better. What better way to start applying the pressure than on the very first turn that you get?
Yeah, I think it also depends on their hands, right? I mean, there's definitely hands in which Parker would probably prefer to go second, but with Fusion Mew, there's also probably a ton of hands where he's probably thinking I'm okay going first. And same thing with Makani. If he feels like he needs a turn to set up with his hand, or if his hand's a little slower, he might want to go first as well. But I 100% agree. I think if Makani might have the edge here on choosing whether to go first or second, since he does know what deck Parker's playing.
Yeah, that is true. That's one of the another benefit of the buys, right? Not only are you playing one less round, but you also get to see what your opponents are playing. You get to see a little bit of the stream. You get to walk around on the tables. I mean, I assume they're allowed. I don't know if that's the case because I'm not physically present, unfortunately, at the card shop. But yeah, I mean that's something that happens at regional level tournaments as well, right? You finish your round early, you can go look around, see what people are playing, see what top players are playing to get an idea of the full meta game and what you're up against. All right, so we'll get the timer restarted in just a second. We will also start very soon. On the other side of the bracket, we do have Ricky against Caleb, that Mew versus Lugia match, which is also very interesting. The dynamic of that matchup is very back and forth. And I wonder what version of Mew Rick is playing, because if it's the Path to Epic version, then there's definitely a lot of room to mess with Lugia's game plan to Summoning Star.
Yeah, most certainly. Sorry, cut out there for a second, but I agree. These Lugias are going to be. Oh well, it looks like there's only one Lugia left over in the pool, but Lugia's always an X factor. It's super powerful deck.
Yep.
But and I don't know how you feel about Lugia. The few times that I've played it, I felt like sometimes it was for lack of better words, a pile of cards. Honestly, it's
I agree with that. After I casted LAIC, which was the first tournament that that Lugia was legal at, and of course it dominated, or that's when it started dominating, and it continued to dominate. There was 1 week between that and Toronto regionals, and so I didn't have too much time to prepare between both events due to like the long travel times and whatnot. So I ended up going with Lugia, and getting 2 Arceus in the discard pile felt like the hardest thing to do in that tournament. Like I just I think I played with 1 Arceus more times throughout 9 rounds than with 2.
oh wow. Yeah, I mean, I've played it a couple times at just some locals, and when it runs hot, it runs really hot. But at the same time, you can go 3 rounds just with everything perfect, 2 Arceus in the discard, and then you go 5 rounds after that, just having absolutely nothing go for you.
Yeah. Yeah. And now with the loss of Incense and Quick Pulse, it feels like an even bigger pile of cards, honestly.
Yeah, what's your estimation on that one? How much do you think Lugia is going to see play post rotation?
So like Lugia is in a really weird spot where it's if you set up, it's incredibly strong. Tyranitar V is a really powerful attacker, getting rid of not only like potentially taking a knockout, but also getting rid of 2 resources from your opponent. With that Craglanch discard is like really, really harsh on a lot of decks. And then also the possibility to just 1 KO anything that's in play is basically the same as having an Yveltal, right? Like a 2-price Yveltal, basically. But I feel like that variance that Craglanch adds against your opponent, and that the variance that your second attack, I think it's Single Strike Crush, gives against you, right? Like all of a sudden, if you have one boss left, you need that to win, and you end up discarding it, then you're out of options. You discard your second Tyranitar, you're out of options. Yeah, so I don't like the variance of those attacks. I also don't like the variance of flipping the wrong heads or tails with capturing Aroma as that goes out. So it feels like Lugia can either set up very smoothly, or it can just not get set up and get double Arceus until turn 4. So it feels just as powerful, but way less reliable, is how I would put it.
No, I 100% agree with you there. And as we see the matchup on the floor here get started, did you notice Makani has 2 mulligans, and Parker has very carefully looked through that hand of his, and I think still has no idea what Makani has to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Makani's cards have definitely not been Parker has seen a lot of supporters, right? The energy item cards, but he hasn't seen any Pokemon clearly yet. So he might be wondering, like, what sort of Lost Box version am I playing that is playing these specific cards, right? No Lost Box deck plays research, but yeah, or he might have already figured it out. Yeah, there's not a lot of decks that play these specific combination of cards, but we're finally gonna see Makani set up, and Parker did go first, so Makani might be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, an interesting choice. Makani has the Radiant Greninja in his hand, but chooses to start the Lunatone and show off his prowess there.
Yeah, not any Lunatone too. The really cool trainer gallery art. He wanted to bling out his deck for this one.
Clearly. And Makani actually is going first. So that
yeah,
should
you're
be
right.
interesting, and let's see how that plays out for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say the dice is still on the deck of Parker, so don't know if they drew the mulligans or not. I think they just drew it. Yeah, Makani having a pretty decent turn, except for the lack of psychic energies. Not attaching any energy this turn, I think, is really detrimental to Makani's hopes to be able to get a prize next turn. I think Parker, looking at this, the ideal situation is to get a kill with Meloetta, but with this start, could be a little tricky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a super interesting thought process probably going through everyone's head here. Makani does get a decent start. He gets a lot of his Pokemon out. Looks like 2 Soul Rocks, 3 Lunatones, and his Greninja, but really crazy. He's unable to draw into any energy to attach. As Parker, I'm sure very happy to say, has VIP Pass in his starting hand and is able to start his setup at the very least.
Yeah, anytime you get Pal VIP Pass with Mew, it feels like the best deck in the world. When you don't get it, and all of a sudden you have to Ultra Ball away your power tablets on turn 1 just to see one card off of Genesect, it feels like the worst deck in the world. So a lot of variance happening usually, but yeah, Parker recognizes the potential price trade-off that he would prefer to have, and immediately goes for that double Meloetta with the Fusion Strike energies to start applying pressure. And if Parker is able to get this KO, like, I'm really wondering, I wish I could know, won the coin flip, and if like Parker somehow chose to go second, or if Makani actually won the coin flip, chose to go first despite knowing that he could get that first attack off starting off.
Yeah.
I don't know, really interesting.
I just reached out to somebody to see if we can get that information, because that would be, I mean, I would love to see if there's any insight there on Parker's end. I do know that as soon as Makani flipped over his Lunatone, there was a lot of laughter outside. I could hear it all the way here in the stream room in the back. I guess it was a surprise to most people today.
Yeah, I bet. It was definitely a surprise to me when I saw the graphics. And I wish I was there hearing that laughter. That's the sort of thing you're missing.
Next time, I think we got to get you all the way out here.
That would be lovely. All right.
Oh, so we just got some insight. Parker Lish chose to go second.
Oh, interesting. That is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he had the intuition. I mean, I guess against Lost Box, it's also okay to choose to go second. And he kept assuming that that was his biggest prediction, right? So worked out for him. Not the deck he expected, but good strategy, and he's pulling off the turn 1 attack, which is exactly what you want against this deck.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to possibly get the winner and the loser of this matchup in here after this game's over, and maybe get to hear a little bit of insights from both of them.
Yeah, especially that first flip. A lot hanging on that first flip. Like, no matter in every game of Pokemon, there's always a lot hanging on that first flip, but especially in this one, yeah, and with so much at stake. And interesting to see. Makani is probably now going to draw into a lot of those energies that he really wished he had last turn. He won't need a ton in the discard pile or a ton of Soul Rocks to get this KO on the Meloetta, but in the 1-for-1 prize exchange, Makani already behind at this turn.
Exactly, but it's very interesting. Parker does get 3 Genesects on his bench, and he does have 2 Meloetta, so he doesn't have space for the strategy we had talked about earlier. I honestly don't see a way Parker can win with this exact setup. I just don't think he has enough firepower coming out of his single prizers to keep up with Makani's deck.
Oh, no, absolutely, especially if this Meloetta goes down right now, which is about to.
And it's over, yep.
Yeah, this does open up bench space, though. So, like, if Parker is able to use this Meloetta again to take another knockout and benches to Muse, and then next turn evolve both of those Mew VMAXs and benches a third, then he will have the space available to do the play, yeah, to try and force Makani to play an 8 prize game. So,
Exactly.
yeah, still able to definitely weird start in that sense with no Muse benched at all. But like, definitely, if you want to force Makani to play to 8 prizes, you want to make use of your Meloettas as soon as you can. Like, the difficult card here to get, I think, will be that last Fusion Strike energy.
Exactly. So I think if Parker does, from this point on, go for the strategy we talked about before this matchup, which is get as many Mews as well. Oh, that's interesting. He gets rid of 2 power tablets, and ideally, if he gets that last Fusion Strike energy on this Meloetta, he will need those power tablets to Psychic Leap down the road.
Yeah.
Interesting how he had to burn those a little early. We'll have to see how that plays out later on in the game.
Yeah, I believe also the Silene has been discarded already. So, I mean, you don't have to pull it off every single turn, right? But you do have to make sure that your Mew VMAX that is worth 3 prizes is not going down in 2 turns. I think that's the biggest key in terms of the prize exchange. Because if your Mew VMAX that is worth 3 only knocks out 2 Lunatones, then you trade it 2 for 3, and that is how Makani can make up for the price deficit that he's about to be in once again, right? So Parker does need to pull that off at some point.
I think if my math is correct, he needs to pull it off a maximum of 2 times.
Yes, it's only possible to pull it off a maximum of 2 times because of the power tablets, right? He needs 2 power tablets to knock out a Lunatone or a Soul Rock or anything other than Manaphy in Makani's deck. So that means a maximum of 2. If you get double heads with Celine, then maybe 3. But it's not the only cards you need, right? You also need the back-to-back Mew VMAXs. After you shuffle one back in, you need to put the other one back as well. So yeah, I think it might come down to can Parker pull that off specifically, or if Makani's able to reach for a 1-hit KO somehow with a bunch of Soul Rocks, because he's not down a lot of Scoop Up Nets, I believe.
Did you say he has played Scoop Up Nets already?
No, I don't think he has used a lot of Scoop Up Nets so far. I think I saw 1 after the first research, but I think that's it.
Yeah, should be. And I mean, with the current board state Makani has, I don't think it's even possible for him to stretch for a 1-hit KO. He only has 2 Soul Rocks down. So unless Parker whiffs the knockout altogether, I think it'd be very difficult for him to go for that 1-hit KO. But obviously, he can still get more Soul Rocks down, and in combination with Scoop Up Nets, can get it later on down the line.
Yeah, exactly. I'm talking a bit more like towards the later stages of the game. Right now, Makani's game plan is to knock out the Meloetta, and he already has all the cards he needs to be able to pull that off. But if Makani starts like he had with 1 attachment and the 2 Soul Rocks, he can knock out the Meloetta, right? So that means he has a spare Soul Rock for the bench Lunatone. So then that's how you start having those extra energies to be able to pull off those KOs. But we see Makani really committing to that active and going for the KO,
Oh, wow.
trading one price for two. So recognizing this big stretch of resources and price trade and how he needs to also prevent that new VMAX psychic leap that we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was, I mean, crucial play there. Actually, I think that's going to be really big going down the line. Because now Parker has to find a way to get two Vs down sooner or later, but can still attack with Mellow out of this turn. So he's still in the game and still has quite a bit of options. It's just a matter of, is he going to be able to do it down the line?
Yeah, really, really well played by Makani, putting the pressure on Parker, and now it's on Parker to the prize are tied, I believe, 3-3, right? Or is Makani up one?
I think Makani's actually up one because
Yeah, Makani's up one. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It will be 3-3 after this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, now there's no forcing Makani into an 8-price game because they've knocked out one Meloida, they've knocked out one UV, and so all they need to do to win is knock out one UV max. So even more important to pull off those psychic leaps with a KO, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, so I think looks like Parker chooses to use the Mew VMAX this turn, knowing that it's probably unlikely Makani can stretch for the one-hit KO right here, right now.
Yeah.
And we'll probably, I'm guessing, pivot into the Meloetta next turn.
Yeah,
if
potentially. Or if he finds the double power tablet, that's when he could do the psychic. No, he couldn't do the psychic leap play because, or he could, but then he wouldn't be sending up a VMAX in the active,
he wouldn't be sending up another. Well, yeah, no, because then he couldn't send up another VMAX to take another hit. You're right.
Right, yeah, because he'd evolve and then he'd no longer have access to the psychic leap. So in a very weird spot. Definitely, this matchup is not something that I don't think I've ever personally witnessed. I know Solrock Lunatone started seeing some play in this last stretch of tournaments between Charlotte and Fort Wayne, but I certainly have not seen this match play out so specifically.
You know, Solrock Lunatone's not exactly the deck I sit at home in Theorycraft.
Exactly. Yeah, and when I have time to test a matchup or two in an afternoon or on the weekends, I definitely don't ask my friends to build Lunatone Solrock so I can get some practice against it.
No,
and there's a
definitely not.
Serena.
Wow.
Serena to knock out the benched Mew V. So all the ghosting effects really working out well for Makani here. And now they're just one boss away from winning the game by knocking out Meloetta, or potentially reaching enough damage to knock out a Genesect. And now we do see the full Force Soul Rock in play.
Yeah, I mean, and Makani does play 3 Rescue Carrier to get his Lunatones back, so he's not even a little bit concerned about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I believe only one was exhausted in the beginning of that research, but yeah, they should be able to have enough resources to close out this game from what we were seeing, right? Maybe something changes. Only three rescue carriers does feel a little greedy. I would have loved, I would definitely be playing 4, just because you play 4 research, so you're probably gonna lose one at some point off of that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think the thought process is probably that you're typically only needing to take 3 or 4 knockouts to win the game anyway, because you're trading pretty favorably. But no, I agree. Those rescue carriers are pretty crucial, and looks like Makani just had another Lunatone in hand.
Yep. Now we see the quad Soul Rock power up, Scoop Up Net, another Soul Rock. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Escape Rope means everything gets KO'd. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That is quite the showing for Lunatone Soul Rock. Wow. I am generally impressed. I am generally very impressed. I wish I could play a league challenge before rotation, and maybe I'd give this deck a try at that point. I would not have been my pick for a Tournament of Champions, though.
I mean, the way Makani was able to, play that matchup, it does encourage me as well. I think I want to take my hand and play that deck as well now.
Yeah, really, really cool to see such an underrated deck doing well. And this performance, honestly, like you can't imagine a situation where Makani's deck death draws with how it's built, right? It's very straightforward, has a bunch of supporters. You just need a few Lunatons and Soul Rocks to get going. You have the Greninja engine. There's a lot of Pokemon search. There's Pokestops even. The tracking shoes. So you can expect Makani's deck to do that over and over very easily. So how can Parker adapt here? And now I guess so Parker has the choice. What will they choose? Will they choose to go first or will they choose to go second? I'm really wondering what they're gonna choose.
Yeah, this should be interesting. And it looks like
Yeah,
Parker chose to go second.
they let Makani go second. So it seems like Parker, um, yeah, based on his intuition that Makani was playing a single price deck, did let Makani go first in the previous game as well. Really, really cool. Really cool to see this. I think that shows the high level of play that we are seeing right now and the high skill of both players. The fact that they know to make those small adaptations and even that prediction, right? Like that's a big metagame read by Parker, and that's like a metagame read at a 7-person tournament.
I know. Now, I mean, these players play together so often that I think they do have a little bit of a little bit of knowledge on what kind of decks they all like to play. Um, if I had to guess one player at this tournament that was going to play Lunatone Solrock, it would most certainly be Makani.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't know they were from Utah, but have they been going to the store for a long time, or like how what's the story behind Kayfabe Cards?
Yeah, so Kayfabe Cards opened, I believe, in 2021 at the end of the year, and they've been hosting one or two tournaments every single week since then, and are probably one of the stores with the largest locals turnout since that time period. And I mean, I think all seven of these players do a lot of playing at Kayfabe Cards. I mean, I think this is the third time or fourth time that Kayfabe's had a tournament just this week.
Oh wow.
So a lot of local play here in Utah, and Kayfabe Cards does a pretty good job of monopolizing a lot of that local play.
I mean, it sounds like it's something that both the store and the players enjoy, right? Because like if they wouldn't be having so many tournaments if the players weren't showing up to play them. I even asked, like, does Makani live in the store, or like what? Like, how does he play every single tournament every single time?
Yeah, Makani. Makani, I mean, I would guess he does live here. He's here quite a bit. He's playing a lot of Pokemon, and I mean that's pretty much his life right now. Makani's a pretty young player, just barely aged up into the Masters division this season, um, and so he lives, breathes, and eats Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I can tell. I played against Makani at San Diego Regionals,
Uh-huh.
where we both made top 8 at that tournament, and he kicked my butt with his Arceus concoction, and like I don't remember exactly what he said, but at the beginning he was like, "Oh yeah, it's really cool to play you," like because apparently he's seen my videos or has seen my content before. And
Uh-huh.
then like it's always nice to get those comments, but then like I was very impressed with like how swiftly he kicked my butt. It also helped that he started Empoleon 2 games, right?
Exactly. That'll do it. That'll do it.
But he also like he plays really well.
Yeah, no, his just the way he plays, his swagger actually is kind of what I would call it. It's very impressive for his young age and uses a lot of very top level strategy the way he plays. I'm always impressed when I watch him play. I mean, I remember when I had taken a pretty large break after the tag teams came out. I remember Unbroken Bonds kind of caused me to stop playing for a while. Um,
Okay.
and I came back and played against Makani at the beginning and thought, oh, this is just some little kid. He doesn't really know what he's doing. And within a few months, I'm just sitting there dumbfounded as how quickly he was able to improve his game and really, really impressed by it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's very visible here, and with the way he plays, like the swiftness and the fluidity of his play, and we're seeing an unfortunate situation here for Parker having to use up two of those very crucial power tablets, taking away a lot of the late game psychic leap options for him.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I'm wondering if Parker's even considering the strategy we had talked about earlier, the way he's burning his tablets. I'm not sure if he thinks that's a good choice or not, or
Yeah, maybe
what the thought process behind that actually is.
I mean, yeah, maybe he recognized that Makani has too many cost effects, so it comes down to hoping that Makani gets stuck at some point. But Parker plays no hand disruption, so Makani, because of the price differential between Parker's attackers and Makani's attackers, even if Makani falls a little behind, as we saw in the previous game, they still have all the tools to compensate for that. So yeah,
Exactly. Yeah,
the
I think the
aggression
gusting
super
options
crucial.
that come with Makani's deck are going to be very difficult for Parker to deal with. Um, and probably something me and you didn't really consider when making our predictions earlier. I really did think Parker had a pretty clear advantage if he was able to um, use that strategy we had talked about. But the amount of gusting effects that Makani's able to draw into is pretty crazy.
Yeah, certainly. Now speaking of crazy ghost effects, though, the Pokemon Catcher was able to flip heads, and seems like Parker will be able to eliminate Makani's only Lunatone in play without having the liability of a Meloetta in the active. So those power tablets do come into play now. They will allow the Psychic Leap from you take a knockout on Lunatone, and Makani has no Lunatone in play. I can't really tell what his hand looks like, but getting a return KO on this Mew could be difficult. And then at least you've gotten two prices of your Mew, potentially find your other power tablets, and then now we're talking about the potential Psychic Leap, or you switch into the Meloetta to apply pressure, and you're tanking hits, denying prices, and hopefully building an advantage that way.
Yeah, and Parker does
Ooh.
use that V Star ability to go get a Lost City to try and get rid of the Lunatone altogether. Makani obviously didn't have any other Lunatones in his hand as he didn't bench anything else. So this will be interesting if Makani can draw into another attacker here.
Yeah, that Lost City definitely something very crucial for Parker to utilize here, in order to run Makani out of resources. Um, I mean, on paper, 4 Lunatone should be enough to take 6 prizes, but
Mhm.
you start lost zoning a Soul Rock, all of a sudden, it can get a little tricky to fully power up Lunatone and stretch for those KOs. But Makani is able to find their Pokestop to remove that Lost City and stop that from happening.
Exactly. And Parker, I think, does play two Lost Cities. Um,
Yep.
so it'll be interesting when and if Parker decides to utilize the other one. But looking at Makani's hand, I'm not 100% sure he's going to be able to draw into a Lunatone. Or is that, or oh, he might have one in his hand on the right side, actually.
Yeah, he does. So he might be able to just barely poke at this Mew. He did see a lot of cards between the research and the Pokestop also fetched him 3 item cards, which was really nice. And then one of those was Trekking Shoes. So he's in a lot of cards, a very explosive turn, and can power up a Lunatone, but cannot take a KO. So
Is
that's
the
something.
Lunatone 30 plus or 30 times? Do you remember?
I believe it is 30 plus. There is a base 30 damage. It is, yeah. 30 plus.
Yeah, so I
So
actually think Makani might be one energy short because he has a scoop up in his hand. Yeah, see, so just choosing to, oh wow, not attack at
oh,
all. Okay.
interesting. Yeah, piling up the energies on the Lunatone, saying putting Parker in a spot where if he doesn't have another Ghost option on the Lunatone, then maybe they can stretch for a big 1 KO movie max next turn
Yeah,
with
that's very interesting. I
8
think I did
energies.
see a boss's orders in Parker's hand. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought I had saw one of those full art Giovanni boss's orders in his hand.
Mhm. All right. I mean, that would definitely be really big for
Yeah,
Parker. I guess maybe the missing card here is the Mew VMAX, right? In order to not burn a power tablet. I feel like if you're Parker, you also suspect that they might have a Drapion at some point. Like, even though Makani doesn't have a Drapion, like I would always be expecting a Drapion in this spot
exactly.
if I'm Parker. So I'd always be a little wary of, but no Mew VMAX yet, and I'm not sure if that was the boss. I think it's at second Alessa,
Oh, yeah, I
that
think
full
you're
art
right.
trainer.
Oh, maybe it's a Serena.
Or yeah, maybe a Serena, which of course doesn't work against any Pokemon that is not a V.
Yeah, this is interesting. Parker does not have a great hand right now, actually. He's trying to. Yeah, looks like he's gonna have to go ahead and play that Serena
Yeah.
just to
And
clean up
then
his hand a little bit.
so you gotta wonder, was that Lost City worth it to Lost Zone 1 Lunatone as opposed to having that guaranteed movie max or guaranteed cost effect in order to continue
Hmm.
pressuring the right attacker? We do see the movie max finally off of that Serena double movie max, in fact. But that Lunatone is actually looking a little scary. And we were talking about how piling up energies on your bench Lunatone, and even if Makani falls a little far behind, that is how you can definitely come back into this.
Exactly. I think Parker should probably try and attack with Meloetta here this turn. Um, just knowing that there's a Lunatone there that can probably stretch to knock out a VMAX now.
Yeah, how many would that require? That would require 8, 9. It would require 9 energies plus
Okay, so
the base damage plus a choice belt, or um 10 energies plus, because 10 energies would be 300 plus the base damage 330, right? That's a lot.
that's quite a bit.
That's quite a lot, yeah. Right, denying the Pokestop to deny resources for Makani. Pokestop also gets energy into the discard pile, which is also, of course, very important for this deck. And
Mhm.
eliminating a Soul Rock is also good, right? That means
Yeah,
the stretch for the KO is much, much harder. But Makani could just go boss, 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 yeah, on those 3 Genesects. That is also another possibility.
exactly. So Parker has taken 2 prizes now. Makani has not been able to take any yet. But not a terrible board state for what Makani has going on his side. Parker chooses to just go ahead and use that Mew VMAX, saying that there's no way you can get 9 energy piled up on this Lunatone with only, oh, well, there's a part of it. There's a choice belt.
And there's 1. So there's 3 already, right? We know we need 9 and a choice belt. No, I don't think it's possible. It would require like all the scoop up nets this turn.
Yeah, he would need quite a bit. And I don't even know if there's that many energy in the discard pile right now.
Yeah. All right, we do the
Well, let's see.
Pokestop. Ooh, bye
Oh,
Lunatone. Ooh, as opposed to very
yeah.
very hit or miss that Pokestop. Last time it fetched Makani 3 resources. Now it lost him 3 resources. I guess the energy is not a lost resource, but the Lunatone and the boss certainly are. We are seeing a few scoop
Interesting.
up nets, and there's the research. Makani being very, very clear on which Soul Rock he has used and then which Soul Rock he's resetting.
Exactly. Wow, this is really interesting. This is a huge turn. If somehow, some way, Makani is able to stretch for this knockout, that would be a ridiculous turn of events.
That
But
would be,
I think
yeah.
if he doesn't get it, then Parker has to do that strategy we talked about. He has to go get two of those power tablets and put this VMAX back into his deck.
Yeah, that would be ideal, but he wouldn't be able to do it next turn because there's no space for MUV. I think the best
Oh,
thing he
you're
could
right.
hope for is retreat into the Meloetta, take the KO, and then if Makani doesn't have a cost effect on the Mew VMAX, then the play opens up where you rebench the Mew and you are able to pull that off.
Yeah, and I really
So
like how Makani chose to split the energy, because now that knockout is still
yeah,
a possibility. I still think if Parker retreats into the Meloetta, knocks out one of the Lunatone with energy, um, if by some crazy reason Makani cannot find another Lunatone, one's in the Lost Zone, one's in his discard, so it'll be 2 in the discard at that point. You would need to find a rescue carrier next turn, um, in order to keep up pace here. Just be interesting to see what kind of cards are in his hand right now. I can't quite get a good look at it.
yeah. Parker in very interesting spot. That spread of the energy, as you mentioned, is very, very crucial. Yeah, it gives Makani more wiggle room to either fully commit the Soul Rocks and um, go for a knockout, or leave another Lunatone powered up, and keep poking. The thing is, Makani knows like Parker could go down to 2 prize cards, and Makani could still win by knocking out 2 Mew VMAXs. That's one of the big
Exactly.
liabilities of playing these 3 prize Pokemon.
Oh,
So,
wow.
the
I
Lost
think
City, right?
Parker put Lost City at the top.
Yeah, Lost City. So that's gonna be the second Lunatone. getting removed from play. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think now that he's able to put a second there and still have access to another Lost City in his deck, that Lost City could actually play a big role.
Yeah, it really could. Makani is down to one stadium counter, and then if they end up losing another Lunatone to Lost Zone, then that puts so much pressure on those rescue carriers, which I believe he's already down at least one, might be two.
Yeah, I think it actually might be two. Did you catch one in the deck right there? I couldn't quite tell.
I couldn't know. So if the last one's prized as well, I mean they might have one in their hand, but I know for a fact they've already used one, and I think they researched another one away. I'm not entirely sure.
Interesting. Yeah, so he has one Lunatone on the discard, one in the active. Oh, there's the okay. So that was big. I really do think he
Yeah.
needed that because now he can load up the second Lunatone and still be a threat next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Very important to do that. I think Makani would love to go boss this turn to free up three resources from the prizes, but if that stadium sticks, which I think it will, it's gonna be really difficult for Makani to like basically they're down to one attacker and that's it.
Uh-huh.
And Parker, because the stadium came back from Silene, they do play 2 copies of Lost City, and that
There we
means
go.
yeah, there it is. All right. So 3 prizes. The Mew VMAX does go to the Lost Zone, not to the discard pile. The Lost City is still there, and Parker can easily go into the Meloetta again, as that survived, and then force Makani into 100% countering the stadium. Otherwise, the game's, I think, over.
Yeah, I actually think benching that Mew V is a mistake. Because in order to knock out Genesect, you need, let's see, you need 5 energy to knock out a Mew V and 6 energy to knock out a Genesect.
Yeah, that is true. That 10 extra HP could be very, very key. I think Parker's thinking ahead into the possible psychic leap at some point, but this is definitely a risky play.
Yeah, this is really interesting. If Makani has a gusting option in his hand, I think Parker's in trouble because if this Lunatone is knocked out, all Makani needs to do is put those 2 or those 3 energy back onto the other one, and he has a KO on pretty much anything that he wants.
That's true, but McKenny's still. Oh no, he's at 2 prizes. That's true.
Yeah, he's
That's
at 2
true.
prizes now.
For some reason, I thought he was at 1. Well, actually, with the triple Soul Rock, does it matter though?
I don't think it does. I think you're right. I think he's going to be
Because
able
then
to get
it's
the knockout.
210, right? It's 210 damage no matter what. I'm surprised he shuffled though. I don't think this was the turn to shuffle.
I
Wait,
don't
what?
think so. And he promotes the Mew V. Isn't that game?
That isn't is. Are we missing something? There was a knockout, or has there not been a knockout on Meloetta?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
that
they're
was
at 3 prizes, right? Yeah, they should
Okay.
be at 3 prizes.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's at 3
Yeah.
prizes, which is okay. In that case, it's
Yeah,
a pretty
yeah.
solid play
No,
by
I'm
Parker.
confused. I think game 1 went by so fast that we just assumed one Meloetta had been taken down already as well.
Yeah, you're right. Because I think he quick balled away another Meloetta earlier this game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So there's the Pokestop. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, taking 2 prizes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this was the turn to shuffle.
I actually don't hate that play here because if Makani is able to get the 4 Lunatones plus I think 1 scoop up net and a turn attachment, that's the 9 energy he would need to knock out the Mew V Max. And at this point in time, all Parker needs is a Lost City and he wins the game.
Yeah, that's true. It all comes down to a Lost City, and there's a 50% chance to find it off of that Crownmatic, those coin flips that Parker loves. And
oh my goodness, the coin flip saves Parker again.
Wait, but he didn't grab the. It might be prized. The second Lost City might actually be. Oh no, it's in the hand already. It's in the hand. There's the knockout. Makani runs out of attackers, and we are getting to game 3, where Makani now has the choice whether to go first or second.
I wonder what the Cramomatic was for. Just insult to injury, a little salt on the wound.
Well, the Lunatone had a cape of toughness, so actually, with only 2 Fusion Strike energies, Melora did 140, and Lunatone was safe. So
That
he
makes
did
sense. That
need,
makes more
yeah, he
sense.
needed that little extra stretch. Or wait, did he? I thought Lunatone, yeah, Lunatone has 90 with the Cape of
Yeah.
Toughness. Oh, so then maybe it was just showing off. I don't think it was. I don't know. Maybe,
Parker
yeah.
wanted to prove he could roll some more heads.
Yeah. Adding more
Wow.
heads to his curriculum.
That's what a matchup. Great play by both sides, honestly. Very
Yeah.
interesting to watch. And I mean, never thought I would be watching this matchup at a tournament like this with a cash prize, but leave it to Makani to surprise you with some pretty crazy things.
Never thought I would be casting this match either. Never in my life. But hey, honestly, like I said, Lunatone Solrock has looked a lot more legit than I originally gave it credit.
Oh,
I do have
100%.
to accept. I feel like if Makani had a Drapion, this might be a like super easy for him. So
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean,
I mean, I
it
think.
is a very small tournament, so the mind games, like I know for a fact, for example, at a league up right before like the tournaments got suspended, I knew I was gonna, if I wanted to win a tournament, I have this one guy that's really good, right? And so I knew that if I wanted to win, I'd always eventually hit him at some point, top
Uh-huh.
card or Swiss runs or whatever. So I ended up playing Gardevoir Sylveon Tag Team GX deck with 3 amulets of the dragon type. And because I knew he was playing Garchomp Giratina, so then he got rid of 2, and when I played the third one, he just immediately scooped, and he told me like, I'm just gonna concede the second game. So there is merit to making those hard reads like Parker sort of did, and got correct even with the deck that Makani was playing. And maybe Makani did not expect anyone to use Drapion out of the 7 total or the 6 other
Mhm.
opponents that he could have had. Yeah, and that's why there's no Drapion here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Pablo, do you see Parker's hand?
Yeah, the double battle VIP pass already.
And then he has the Meloetta and another Genesect in his hand already as well.
Yeah, that's so
Unbelievable.
like when you choose to only get one Pokemon of a file VIP pass, that's insane.
Oh
That's
wow. I mean, I feel like when I play Pokemon, I'm desperate to just get one VIP pass. Parker
yeah,
has 2 and he
exactly.
doesn't even need them all.
Yeah, yeah. I also feel like that since I've been playing Lost Box for such a long time, I've definitely had games where I high roll and then I end up like lost zoning a battle VIP pass on turn 1 because I've already used 2 of them. And it feels
Exactly.
so good.
So I think, I mean, going back to what you said a little earlier, the underestimation of Lunatone Solrock, I think that goes back to the history of Pokemon. I mean, in 2006, when Lunatone Solrock did well at that Worlds, no one gave it any credit. I mean, and now there's a
Oh,
World Championship deck for it.
yeah.
Pretty crazy how this deck pops up in random places and pretty much same exact strategy as it was way back when.
Yeah, yeah, and it's honestly really cool to see. You can definitely tell that there's the people who design the cards definitely have their favorites, right? So Lunatone
Hmm.
Solrock, there's always going to be a decent card for both of them. Mew always has good cards. Gardevoir always has good cards. So you do see those. Like we've never had a
Darkrai's
game-breaking
Darkrai's had a couple
Macargo.
decent ones over the years.
Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for my game-breaking Venomoth. Yeah,
My Venomoth. Oh, that's so funny.
or my Bufal and tag team with, I don't know, Ditto, and then it's super. I don't know. I feel like they could add a little more variety.
Exactly. Um, so Parker choosing to go with the 3 Mews early this game. Um, I really like that. I think that's a good strategy. I think it's a great way to just force Makani to have to spread his energy and use a lot of resources here.
Yeah, for sure. And now there's the Melota getting discarded, so now we might see a ton of Psychic Leaping. That means we really need to save those power tablets that Parker already has
Mhm.
2 of in their hand. And I mean, there's merit to saving one Meloetta for later on down the line. I will have to see. Yeah, definitely a different strategy, a different approach, but also I think Parker recognizes that instead of trying to be sneaky with the prizes and trying to force Makani into an 8-price game, since they do play so many cost effects, maybe it's just better to go triple loss city, wreck your attackers, and
Uh-huh.
apply pressure that way.
Exactly. And I think Parker, again, it's the minor details that really set apart good and great players. Parker promotes his Mew V with the Fusion Strike energy, and that's because later on down the line he knows that he needs that psychic energy from the Fusion Strike to Psychic Leap. I actually like this play a lot. Usually you're trying to hide your Mew with the energy, but Parker puts it right up front, preparing to Psychic Leap.
Yeah, wanting this Mew to be the one that takes the damage instead of making it harder to power up the whichever Mew that takes damage, right? And it's also like a little counterintuitive. In other situations, you'd want to protect the Pokemon that already has the energy invested.
Exactly, 100%.
But Parker recognizes that Makani getting a turn 1 KO here would be really big stretch. And therefore, this is an acceptable risk, right? It's an educated risk based on resources, based on explosiveness, based on the fact that they just had, or they're only having their first turn right now. And yeah, you know the nature of their deck is to be very aggressive, and that's also why Makani chose to go second.
Exactly.
So we should be seeing an attack here. Probably not a KO, but definitely seeing an attack. Or maybe never. Oh, that second swoop up nets.
Ooh.
If there's enough energy in the discard ball, that second scoop of net might actually do it for.
Yeah, I mean, he needs 5 energy plus the choice belt.
Yeah,
Or
there's
just no, he
3.
needs. Oh, he doesn't even need 5 energy. He just needs 4 energy on the choice belt, right?
Yeah, 4 energy on the choice belt, and I think that's it. There's 4 now. Yeah,
Oh
there's
my
4 in the
goodness.
discard ball. Wow.
Wow, that is a lot of aggression really early on from this deck.
Yeah. I guess attach for turn plus the 3 soul rocks also did it. So maybe he already had it
Yeah.
and he's just preparing for the next turn anyways.
Yeah, I think he's probably looking for.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you
there
go.
you go.
Yep. All
Wow,
right.
that
No,
is.
no attach for turn though. Oh, maybe. Oh no, there had already been the attach for turn was on the Greninja to retreat. That's why.
Oh
That's why.
yes. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. That
There
makes
we
more
go.
sense.
All right.
What a play so early
What a
on. That's
start.
crazy.
Yeah. I
Parker's
think.
really going to need to execute this strategy to absolute perfection if he's going to be able to keep his footing in this game. That's a
Yeah.
huge
And
play.
the lack of Oricorio factoring in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a double powered tablet that was about to be played, but instead gets discarded for MEV Max. So no psychic leaping for a KO this turn, although this was definitely not a good turn to do so. But next turn now it's looking much harder, and Makani definitely has, I think, a big advantage right here.
Yeah, that's a pretty. Wow, that's a top level play. I'm still in disbelief, honestly, a little bit dumbfounded how quickly that was able to happen. I mean, Lunatone Soul Rock is a pretty crazy deck.
Yeah, honestly, really crazy. I think one thing Parker has going for them right now is the fact that Makani did play that stadium first. And that leads into if they're able to get that triple lost city going, which they just found the first one, then we could see a repeat of the previous game. And that might be Parker's best and only path to winning this game.
Yeah, I think you're correct. And we did just get news that Ricky with Mew was able to take down Lugia. So we will already have a Mew in finals guaranteed.
Ooh. So we might see a repeat of this matchup in finals if Makani is able to win, or a mirror match.
This is unbelievable. I mean, definitely would not have guessed that Mew and Lunatone Soul Rock are the only 2 decks left in the pool right now.
Yeah.
Ricky able to take down a lost Rayquaza box deck um, without any Drapion. So again, Camden was the player playing the Rayquaza deck, and he just decided he probably wasn't going to see very much Mew.
Yeah, I mean that deck I think inherently has a good matchup against Mew just because you can get those one hit KOs
Exactly.
pretty straightforwardly. But it's also not a guaranteed win by any means, and some awkward pricing or the aggression and disruption of Mew could definitely lead to the deck just not running in all full cylinders. I'm checking here right now for the deck list to see what version of Mew they're playing. And there's the Meloetta version. And oh, I don't think we have that one. Caleb, Evan, Parker, Boston, and Makani, and the Lost Box Ray. Yeah, I think we're missing that specific Mew VMAX deck. I can't
so I
comment, but
think
I'm
they
guessing
were
it's the
really
Judge version.
the gameplay here is paused. There's a question on a judge call. Parker
Oh,
looked at one extra card
ooh,
when he wasn't supposed to. I believe they're just going to be giving a warning and showing both players a card and giving a warning.
okay. I think that's definitely fair. I think both players have played super cleanly. They know what they're trying to do. And at regionals level, that would be an immediate double price penalty, which I always think is very, very harsh. Like if you're just gonna see the card anyways off of the next Genesect, for example, then he was about to do it again. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Really good sportsmanship from Makani, stopping that before happening. Wow. That would have been really funny.
Makani saying, "Hold on, buddy. You still have 5 cards in hand. Only 5 Pokemon out."
Yeah. I know, like, the first tournament back in Salt Lake City, coincidentally, last year, I played Mew VMAX and I did that exact same thing. I just went into automatic pilot, drew a 6 card when I only had 5 Pokemon in play, and I got a double price penalty for it. I was still able to win that specific game, but I felt really silly.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
that was my
it's really
PTCGO brain acting up.
Geo brain. No,
Yeah.
it's really interesting. A lot of times, like I've seen even at regionals, people doing that and not getting a double prize penalty, and sometimes they do. I mean, I think that's something that Pokemon might want to work on, just making it a little more clean across the board. A lot of times, the head judge makes calls that a different head judge doesn't, and some of the other judges will make calls that some of the other judges won't. But nonetheless, I do like the warning instead of a double prize penalty. It's an easy mistake to fix, and I mean, it's not a lot of knowledge that you're gaining, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like a super game breaking, impactful thing. Like having a
Exactly.
different card in your list than what you submitted, right? Which we did have
Exactly.
that happen earlier. So I think it's definitely fair. So finally, we see the knockout, one Lunatone in the lost zone. So Makani on that, I guess, clock to counter the lost CDs and also make sure that like it's either counter the lost cities or take 4 prizes before you're out of Lunatones. One of the two.
Exactly, which I think is pretty doable for him on the taking 4 prizes before he's out of Lunatones, as long as there's not many prized. Which I guess maybe he's okay with them being prized, as he is drawing, right from his prize cards.
I think one big thing is the lack of hand disruption. I mean, Makani doesn't necessarily know that there's literally 0 hand disrupting cards. That just means Makani accumulates and accumulates and accumulates resources, especially after a knockout. And that means the play to go boss is a lot easier because all of a sudden you're not having to dig for scoop up nets and a Lunatone and the boss. You just have a lot of those cards already in your hand, and then you're just hoping to draw 1 or 2 missing pieces from the Greninja. You're able to like really dig deep with research and get rid of a lot of cards. So the lack of
Exactly.
judges, the lack of Roxanne, definitely being a factor here in how freely Makani can play with all his cards at any given
Yep.
point.
So Makani, I think, taking a pretty greedy route. You saw earlier he played a quick ball. He grabbed a Soul Rock off of the quick ball. I think what Makani is going for here is the one-hit knockout on the Mew VMAX, which I'm not 100% sure is the correct play. Um, oh, looks like he's going to use that scoop up. And
More, there's a Serena. That means another Ghost possibility.
yeah, this is interesting. He used that quick ball. I wonder. So it's one of 2 routes. Either he's going for a big knockout here, or he does not have any more Lunatone in his deck.
I believe like he did get Raihan off of the Greninja, so maybe with Raihan he could actually stretch for the KO, but I
Yeah,
think
this
that's
is
the card
very
we're seeing
interesting.
right here.
Yeah, we have 1 Lunatone in the lost zone, 1 in the discard, 1 in the active.
Yeah.
Looks like he will be. I think he might actually have it, because if he can go get, well, I'm trying to figure out how many energy are in his discard. I can't quite count like this, but
Yeah.
he's not too far off, I don't think.
All right. Just, I mean, another option is, yeah, guaranteeing that Pokestop to make sure that you don't lose another Lunatone, or at least force Parker to go find those other lost CDs.
Exactly.
Which I do like. If he had gone for a Serena, he probably would have gotten a
Ooh.
KO.
Wow,
But
the fourth Lunatone in the discard pile now. No more
yeah,
Lunatones in deck.
more Lunatones in
He
deck.
did pick up a scoop up net though.
Yeah,
So
and
if he
there's
gets
rescue
to,
carries as well. Ooh,
is
that's a
that one? So that's 5 energy, right? 5
yeah,
energy on
5
the
energy
Lunatone right
total,
there.
and just for the KO. So Makani preferring the damage over guaranteed KO, but I do think that in the long term, Makani does seem to have an advantage as long as he gets to continue to attack, right?
I agree. Yeah. So I think what Parker needs to do here is find a lost city and a Mew V and 2 power tablets in order to psychic leap here, and that's going to be his best route.
That
Um,
that would definitely be very brutal for Makani,
yeah.
but we did just see the chromatic flip tails, so no access to that. And Parker's hand does look very convoluted, so it's gonna come down to the flips from Silene right here,
Wow.
and
It's double
that
heads up,
is
or is it double
uh
tails?
it might be double tails. He didn't like usually you immediately go grab the cards, right?
Oh,
Or maybe he's just thinking. Maybe he's just taking his time. I really can't tell with the with the camera being zoomed out. I actually cannot tell. Either he's
it's
thinking
moving up
about
in
it,
suspense for
or
sure.
he flipped tails. So one thing you can do, if you flipped A heads, you would put Power Tablet at the top and then draw it with Poketop. But the Lost CD is the key card, 100%. I
Wow,
think it must have been double tails, right?
I think it has to be for him to not even.
Would be looking
Wow,
through his discard ball, right?
but he's not doing anything else either, which is
Yeah, that's true.
so. I think we got word it's 1 and 1, so it's 1 head,
Oh, okay,
1
okay.
tail.
All right. So it's a decision between the Psychic Leap play or the Lost City play.
So
I
I
think
think
it's
he
gotta be
has.
Lost City.
Yeah, he does have. Oh, he's going for Mew V,
You.
possibly.
So the fourth one must be prized. Interesting.
So I think if he plays one tablet right here, he needs to play the tablet anyway. Oh, he's going to vacuum the Meloetta. I like it. Gets rid
Yep.
of the Pokestop.
So now they can finally draw cards.
He
And
could have been
there's
a
the
little
Fire
greedy
Dog.
and maybe used that Pokestop.
He could have, yeah.
Oh, and there's the other Mew V. Oh no, that's the one he stacked. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the one he's
I know
back,
how
yeah.
Silene works.
All right. So
Yeah.
there's a switch, Ultra Wall. So we'll continue to see cards. The Psychic Leap play is now available, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there haven't been any rescue carriers played. Maybe there's still 2 left. So maybe lost seating 1 Lunatone is not impactful, and therefore
Mhm.
denying prizes is the more valuable play. I mean, they must have more information than we do.
Yeah, so there is a Lost City in the deck. I did see the other Lost City there. I was not able to spot out another power tablet, but I'm sure there is still at least one in the deck somewhere.
Yeah, because you can psychically without a KO, and no help, no specific help there, but we do see the Chromatic.
And
That
I
is a
mean,
head
oh
flip.
my goodness, Parker Lish never hits tails. Oh, there's no more tablets. There's no more tablets in the
No
deck.
more tablets. So you
That's
gotta wonder.
crazy.
You gotta wonder why the choice of the Mew if there were no more tablets.
Yeah, that's maybe he missed out that there wasn't any more
Yeah.
tablets in the deck because it
Yeah,
looks like now
exactly. I feel like there was more value in the Lost City. If there were no more tablets, then you definitely didn't need that Mew Max back.
exactly. Um, if he can even at least draw into a double turbo energy here, so he can
Yeah.
attack with a different Mew.
But no
No,
help
nothing.
for
Wow.
Parker. I wonder if lost zoning that Meloetta was a slight mistake. Like I know in terms of the price trade-off, you'd rather not bench it, but you are applying pressure, and that's a lot of cards that Parker didn't draw because he was limited with the Pokemon in play. So now, the only way Parker can take a KO is here with this Mew VMAX, and then Makani will be able to easily get a knockout in theory, right? Like it doesn't take much for him to get a knockout. And the Lunatone does go away, but with 2 left and taking a knockout on 1 Mew, then you can win in 2 attacks, right? That's 2 Lunatones, that's all you need.
Exactly. I mean, if he let's see here. So yeah,
Yeah.
Makani just has the rescue carrier. That's going to be big.
Yeah, that's 2 attackers ready to go. As long as
If
there's
Parker
a
had Silened for another power tablet there, he at the very least could have forced a gust in order for Makani to. But now Makani doesn't even need a gust this turn and just needs one for next turn.
yeah, I think like Parker was. It seems like Parker was stuck like between, like there was no good option for him because it like by grabbing that Mew, I'm gonna assume the last Mew is priced, right? So
Mhm.
therefore, if you don't have access to a Mew, then you can't Psychic. So then the power tablet is worthless. But then
Parker
I
still
gotta
hasn't taken a
wonder.
prize card either, right?
Uh, he's knocked out 2 Lunatones, right? That's it.
I think he's knocked out. I thought he had taken 3 prizes already.
I don't think so. I think it's just like I honestly can't tell if
Because
there's
remember,
4 or 3.
Makani placed down the first Pokestop. I think Parker took a knockout on because there was a Lunatone in the discard already before he. So I think
But
Parker
that
has
was from
taken 3
Pokestop
prizes.
though.
That was the second one because remember there's
Oh,
two
the second
Lunatones.
one. Yeah, that's true.
There we
Oh,
go.
there you go. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good catch. Good catch.
Yes, no, maybe so.
I'm not entirely sure. Or maybe just Parker is just giving up. Yeah, that Mew.
Yeah,
Yeah, so with the Mew V priced and only 1 power tablet left, then it didn't make sense to grab the Mew. So maybe Parker misremembered the
yeah,
power tablet being available. Because I feel like then you just go for the Lost City and hope for the best, right? And then you Chromatic for the double turbo, and then hope Makani doesn't have the Ghost
didn't
effect.
have the gust.
Um, Something along those lines, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah,
like I
wow.
said, I definitely don't claim to be an expert in this matchup.
No, I don't think
And
anybody can.
yeah, and I think like against single prizers, disruption is your best option. And Parker plays 0. So that was quite costly for Parker.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. Tough matchup. Parker played it, I think, as well as he could have. Just that one misplay with the not. I think if he had grabbed Power Tablet and Psychic leaped that Mew away, there was a better chance there. But nonetheless, good matchup and well played by both sides. It'll be crazy to have another Mew versus Lunatone Soul Rock in the
Yeah.
final.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully, we can get that deck list here in the Discord so we can see what sort of Mew deck is Ricky playing. Because if it's a heavy judge version with paths to stop that Greninjas, well, I think we might see a very different game. Yeah, access to all the Lunatones with the lack of Lost City, but a lot more hand disruption to not allow Makani to have these crazy turns.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, well played from both sides. I'm just still dumbfounded that Lunatone Soul Rock is in the finals.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and take a break here for a little bit, and we'll come back with the interviews in a few minutes. So let's say 5 to 10 minutes, and we can meet back here.
Yeah. I'm happy to do that. Or maybe Nick wanted to do the interviews before the small break.
I
I'm
think
not
the
quite
players are
sure.
gonna. I think one of the players needs to go to the restroom, so
Oh,
we'll
okay.
wait on that one.
All right. All right. Then I'm gonna be right back as well.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm back.
All right, everybody, welcome back. My name is Prince. We're here with Pablo Meza, and we're here with the losers interview today with Parker Lish, who is playing the Mew VMAX deck against Lunatone Solrock. So, Parker, why don't you tell us first off, you got to choose to go first or second, and you chose to go second in your first game. Did you have an idea of what Makani was playing, or did you assume it was Lost Box?
I figured something was up. Uh, I f- uh, I remember hearing someone saying that like it was like 2 Lost Box, 2 Lugias and whatnot, and then like the 2 Mews, and I was like, okay. I looked at all of the other people, and I saw 1 Lost Box, I saw the 2 Lugia, and I saw the other Mew. So I had to figure that Makani like would have been playing Lost Box. So I like just decided to take the gamble. It's like with Mew, like you can get the 1 shots anyway. So it's like we'll take the gamble, we'll go second, and if it works out, it works out. But
Yeah, it was a good call. Me and Pablo sat around and talked for quite a bit after you left after your first interview on whether or not you should go first or second. So, uh, good. I mean, obviously, like it was pretty cool of you to look around the room and make that decision. And what was your reaction? I saw you look at that first mulligan. You saw the psychic energy, the boss, a couple researches in there. Um, did you know what he was playing after the first mulligan?
it
Or
started to throw me off a little bit. I didn't know quite what he was playing at that point until he showed me.
uh-huh.
Like it was the the Soul Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
not expecting that.
We could hear the laughter from the stream room in here from everyone else watching. I'm sure you had a interesting reaction as well. Pablo, any questions for Parker?
Yeah, so I mean, my first question was gonna be like, what went through your mind? Like, could you believe that he was playing Lunatone Solrock? Like, could you? I feel like you're at a level where you can definitely uh assume or make assumptions on your opponent's deck list based on what they're playing, but like, can you really predict 100% a Lunatone Solrock deck list at this point in the metagame?
No, no way possible. That's a Makani choice right there. Out of like Makani will choose the most random decks to play, and it'll throw you off every time.
And did you expect him to have Drapion at any point?
You
Were you
know,
fearful
it
of
would
that?
have surprised me if he was playing Drapion.
Yeah,
and
super
so
interesting choice for sure.
and so I noticed like from your in the first game, it seemed pretty clear that you were going for like I guess a price trade-off of trying to force a double Meloetta into double Mew VMAX sort of thing, with
Yeah.
perhaps a few psychic leaps. But then that seemed to drastically change for the second game when you noticed how easy it was for Makani to boss around that strategy. Was that like a conscious change of approach that you went for with the Lost Cities in game 2 and the Meloettas in game 1?
Yeah, so it was a little. It would the double Meloetta strat would have been fine if I think I had seen my Lost Cities, which I was unfortunate not to, but it happens. I decided after that like it was gonna be really hard for Makani to like actually one shot VMAXs, and so I just changed it up drastically. I don't play the Lunatone Solrock matchup very often, especially not with Fusion Mew. So I decided we're just gonna hope this works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's what.
Parker, after in that third game when you silened and you sat there and thought for about 35 minutes, me and Pablo were sitting here.
Even have a chance of winning that game. After I flipped the one tails, it was probably over at that point because then I was gonna have to hope to retreat into another Mew and then try and psychic or just try and hit and like hope that that's enough. I was gonna have to just hope that he didn't have back-to-back Boston Serena before I could Lost Zone all his Lunatones.
Yeah, and then I think the other thing that we saw was when you when you flipped that heads on Cramomatic, I just about lost my head just because I mean, I think you're pretty notoriously known as one of the biggest high rollers on the planet.
I can be.
So I was super just I was really excited. I was pretty crazy. I was like, wow, heads bailed Parker out again. So when you went through that, like, did you think to maybe grab that double turbo so you can put it on the other Mew VMAX and attack with another one? Because you did attack with the damaged Mew VMAX that turn.
So I was like playing with odds. So I needed both the double turbo and the double turbo and the Lost City to actually continue playing the game because like with Makani, I'm trying to put him on a four turn clock, and I need both the Lost City and the double turbos to do that. Because if I don't, then it's just an extra turn of Makani being able to spam Solrock. And so I just played to my odds. I'm like, I have 2 double turbos left in the deck. I need to get this one of Lost City that's still left, and then hope that's enough. But I unfortunately ended up missing the double turbo. Didn't quite get there.
That makes sense. Pablo, any other questions for Parker?
Yeah, so now you're going to be playing out for third place against Lugia. Yeah, how do you feel about your matchup with the lack of hand disruption and the lack of path to the peaks to try and slow them down?
So with that one, it's especially important that I have to turbo through them. Hand disruption doesn't like it does stuff against Lugia, but like with Archeops, Lugia just needs like one card in order to play or like in order to like actually have a strategy against me. So I just have to hope that I can do enough damage early before he can fully get set up.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you do have the pressure on turn 1. Like if you go first, you're able to pressure the Lugia on turn 2. Yep. And if they start low Lugia, then you could potentially knock out on turn 1. So yeah, hyper aggression definitely seems like the way to go.
Yeah. Honestly, like the best defense is a good offense, and I definitely have to keep that up with Lugia. It's It'll all just depend on if Mew wants to cooperate with me this time around.
Yeah, sometimes Fusion Mew, as powerful as it can be, has one of the highest ceilings in the game. Also has a pretty low floor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that decks rely so much on that Battle VIP pass, right? Sometimes you're flying and choosing not to get all Pokemon because your hand is so good, like we saw in game 2. And other times you're ultra bowling away resources to find one Genesect to draw one card and hope.
Yeah, Battle VIP Pass is the best and worst card in the deck.
Yep, agreed. It's the best and worst card printed. Period.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Well, Parker, we appreciate the time, and
Thank you very much.
unfortunately, since you were the loser here, we're going to boot you out from Makani and see what he has to say.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we got Makani here, who
Hello.
has popped off with probably one of the most weird deck choices in a tournament like this that I've ever witnessed, honestly. And
Thank you.
Makani, what was going through your head when you knew you had the first round bye, and you knew no one was going to get to see your deck for a little bit longer? Why the Lunatone Soul Rock choice?
So basically, I didn't really know what to play, and I still hadn't had. It was like 3 a.m. and I didn't know what to play yet, so I was just thinking of something I could play, and I was I almost submitted just the Arc pile that I usually play, but then I was that's kind of boring. I don't really want to play that, and I was I have a bye anyway, so I might as well just risk it. So I was looking at just limitless standings, and I was just scrolling through stuff, and I saw Luna Rock, and I was this looks really fun. And I also heard that Ricky was gonna play Reggie's, which he ended up not playing, but Luna Rock has a free Reggie matchup. So I was I'm just gonna play this, and I think it'd be really funny. And if I lose, then it's oh well. It's might as well try it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, in the first interview that Parker came and gave us, Pablo asked him a question. He goes, "What do you think if you were a betting man? What is Makani playing today?" And Parker sat there and gave the explanation. If he's playing it safe, he's playing the Arceus box. If he's playing it a little more risky, doesn't want to play the same deck again, he's going to play Lost Box. Yeah. And so that's why I went with this strategy. And while Parker's giving that answer, Pablo sends a picture of your deck list. Pablo sends a picture of the deck list into the chat, and I look at the chat, and I'm just sitting there with the biggest smile on my face because Parker has no idea. And so, when you had that first mulligan, and Parker looks at that mulligan, what do you think's going through his head?
I don't know. I don't think he didn't realize until even after my second one, because he didn't react until I flipped over the Luna. He's oh my god. So I don't even know what he thought I was playing, but he did not know it was Lunatone apparently. Because I flipped it over and then he starts. He's oh my goodness, that's sick.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the strategy there. Parker tried quite a bit of different strategies. Yeah. Started off with just trying to outpace you and use Meloetas as a buffer on the prize trade. Didn't work out. Goes to the Lost City route, and I mean he drew so hot that second game. There wasn't much you could do. And then game 3. There's that one play where he Silenes and has to put Mew V on top. Yeah. Right. What was going through your head after that play? What did you think he prized?
So at that point, I at first thought that he didn't notice that his Mew or Power Leap or whatever, or his Psychic Leap. I thought he thought it was knocking it out, and it wasn't. So I thought he was just gonna hit it for 80, and then he'd scoop. That's what I honestly thought he was gonna do. I was I don't think he notices. And then he grabbed the Lost City, I think, or was it? He grabbed Mew.
He grabbed Mew on top.
He got Mew because he wanted a Psychic Leap, I guess. So at that point, I was okay, I think I'm just gonna win the game at this point because I didn't think that he was gonna. I was he has to hit Lost City and the tablet. I don't even know if he knows that he has to hit the tablet. And then he was just drawing, and then you could tell he was he didn't hit it, obviously, by the way he was looking.
What went through your head when he hit that heads on?
Oh, that was scary. I didn't like it. I hate playing against Mew, so it's terrifying.
I mean, isn't it crazy when the Mew player just gets the heads on the Camomatics?
Parker always gets it. He's the legendary Mew player. He gets all the heads. It is terrifying. I do not like playing against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst feeling ever when your opponent's playing Mew and they just keep getting heads on Cram 8 in a row sometimes.
Heads on Catcher, heads on Cram. It's just oh my god, please spare me.
Pablo, what kind of questions do you have for Makani?
And so, going into such a small tournament, right, and where you have the bye, you look at Lunatone Soul Rock. Did including a Drapion ever cross your mind? Because I feel of course, Drapion is completely useless against 9 out of 10 decks in the format, right? But it's so good against Mew, and then all of a sudden you're up against Mew in top 4, and you're gonna be up against Mew in the final. So did that ever cross your mind, or were you like, nah, no one plays Mew at the card store, so I'm not even gonna bother?
It definitely. I heard Parker was gonna play Mew, and I was like, it definitely crossed my mind. It was just like such a last minute decision. I was like, I don't really think I need to change the list, and I was like, the Mew matchup's pretty good still. But now I'm like, oh my god, I really wish I had this Raytheon in there. I just wish I would have done it last night. Yeah, but it definitely crossed my mind. I just ended up sticking with the original list.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, with such a small pool of players and the fact that you play one game less, definitely makes for interesting choice. And I think Parker also mentioned that having a deck that does well going first or second is also really good in such a small setting, because then you're not immediately at a disadvantage if you lose the coin flip, right? Because it's single elimination. So I think Lunatil's Solrock also applies to that logic.
Yeah, I agree. It's like with sort of like Palkia, I guess, or like Lost Box. I like that. It's just like even if you go, it doesn't matter which turn you go, you're still in the game. Which I think is also nice with Lunatone. It's like if you go first, you can still like set up also, but it's like a second, you also can have such an aggressive start.
So, were you surprised at all when Parker won the coin flip and without knowing your deck list chose to go second?
I was not super surprised, but I was like, I kind of tilted. I was like, dang it, dude. I was like, why is he going second? But like with his deck, and I was watching him playing Boston the round before, and I was like, I feel like he's just gonna go for the high roll route, which is what he was doing because he didn't run hand disruption. So like it made sense. I was like, okay, I see why he's doing this.
Yeah, we asked Parker the same question, and what he kind of said was he had heard someone say there's going to be 2 Lost Boxes, 2 Lugias, and 2 Mews. He's like, I saw everything else. I figured he was playing Lost Box.
Yeah, I was not.
No, it's not quite Lost Box. Pablo, what other questions you got for Makani before we send him off?
So Arc Pile. Yeah, I mean, I was a victim of Arc Pile at San Diego Regionals. So what keeps drawing you back to that deck? And like now I guess not related to the tournament. Now that we have post rotation, how viable do you think Arc Pile continues to be, or are you gonna go for a more traditional Arc deck instead of Arc Piles?
I think the deck is still extremely viable. I think as a like post rotation, it has a really good matchup spread. The worst matchup before rotation was Dura, which is what I had 3 of them at Fort Wayne. But now Duraludon, at least right now, it's not in the meta. I don't know if it's gonna come back if Lugia gets popular again. But at least right now, Duraludon's not big, and even if it comes back, there's no like hyper potions for it. So, the really only bad matchup or like tough matchup is Tina. So it's just like it depends how big Tina's gonna be in the format. It can be kind of scary to deal with if they run like Path or Choice Belt and like both of those and like Arctina and stuff. But overall, I think the deck is definitely still viable. I'm probably still gonna play it. And yeah, I just think the deck is like so versatile and like has so much good such a good matchup spread, which is probably it's just why I keep coming back to the deck. I'm just like anything else, I'm like I wish I was just playing Arc. It's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, when you get Arc plus an energy down, you feel really good, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, Makani, thanks for giving us an interview. We'll see you on stream here in probably about an hour, and good luck, I guess, against another Mew, and hopefully it's an interesting matchup like it was this time around.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Well, Pablo, what can you tell us about this next matchup? We got Parker's Fusion Mew against Caleb and his Lugia deck.
All right, so we now have the list right here, and it is the more traditional common version of the deck featuring judges and Path to the Peaks, and I think that's going to be a much harder time for Makani. Of course, there's an inherent advantage by having access to single price attackers, and the fact that, as you mentioned, like in theory, Mew could be down to 2 price cards, and you could still win by knocking out 2 Mew VMAXs, especially in this version where there are no alternate attackers. So if there isn't a Mew VMAX up front, it's most likely you didn't get attacked, and therefore you're not close to losing, right? So I think that's one thing that will factor into the game. But I feel like the triple judge and the potential late game Roxanne as well combined with a path, more than Lost City, I feel like the path also stopping the Radiant Greninja draw, which is so crucial for the deck to find more resources and get energy into a discard pile. I think both of those things will prove to be to lead into a much closer game than we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, most certainly. I think it's going to be a very different strategy when Ricky plays against Makani. His strategy is going to be to disrupt and play his own game, right? Whereas Parker's strategy was having to be a lot more in depth and really try and figure out what route he can take to win the game. Ricky's just going to hope Makani bricks, and he's going to play like partake in that breaking hopefully by playing judges and paths and doing as much as he can to disrupt Makani.
Yeah, and like you don't necessarily need them to break per se, but you need them to whiff a couple of turns, right? Because then all of a sudden, if your Mew Max gets 2 shots, then it's a 2-for-3 price trade-off. But if they whiff an attack at some point, they whiff a backup attacker, or they whiff the 2-hit KO because they just didn't have enough resources to utilize Soul Rock over and over to set up the 2-hit KO, then you're trading 2-for-3, and that's good enough, right? And that late game Roxanne, I think, is what's going to be the biggest factor. There's no way for Makani to play around that really. There always will be an opportunity for Riki to do so and get to the Roxanne turn. And there's no way to no, there is a way. There is a Palpad as well, so we could see, and Silene, so we could see multiple Roxannes as well potentially.
Yeah, really interesting matchup there. Let's talk about the matchup we have on the board right now. It's Parker playing Fusion Mew against Caleb playing Lugia. What are your thoughts
so
on
we're
this one?
seeing so we're seeing the third place face off first. Okay. I mean, as we talked about in the interview, Parker needs to be hyper aggressive and has that versatility of being able to pressure Caleb whether they go first or going second. And I think that will like it might come down a lot to Caleb finding double Lugia, whether they go first or second, in order to ensure that they can set up. But if they can, the combination of powerful energies and the Evoltal could prove a little too much to handle for a Fusion Mew that doesn't play a Ricorio to reduce the chances of getting KO'd by a choice belted Lugia, and doesn't play any path to peak to try and slow down Lugia setup or Aerodactyl V-Star, right? Like Mew decks were going as far as playing a 1/1 V-Star in order to completely nullify Lugia, and there's none of that. Yeah, so it's hyper aggression, and the 3 price liability of Mew VMAX might be too much for Parker to cope with.
Exactly. Yeah, should be an interesting matchup nonetheless. It's really just, is early game aggression enough to mess up Lugia's really crucial and important early game setup?
Yeah, absolutely. That early game and overall, like, you need to be hyper aggressive each and every turn. Any turn that Parker misses a KO is a turn where Caleb will have to just overcome with the game. And then in order to stop an Evoltal from being powered up, Parker could try and target down on Arceus as well, but if you are doing that, then you're also not disrupting with a Judge that turn. So that could be detrimental to his setup. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how the disruption, the lack of disruption plays out here.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Caleb does not play any Drapion in his list either. But I don't think he'll really need it if he can get set up. Lugia takes one big knockout, and I mean the Yveltal takes the other, right?
Yeah, exactly. All you need to do is knock out 2 Pokemon, right? 2 Mew VMAXs to win the game. And as you mentioned, 3 Powerfuls plus a Choice Belt does the trick for Lugia V-Star. The Arceus does it on its own. So if they can stabilize and get to that point past the aggression, then it should be a pretty good match for the Lugia.
Exactly.
But I think it's the crucial aspects or the crucial turns will be the first and second turn, because the pressure is on Caleb to make sure that they can pull off the Lugia V-Star, and the the potential for Meloetta and the Pokemon catchers. If there's only one Lugia V, then everything gets delayed. So I think it's gonna be down to how strong each player's starts are, and of course we know Mew always has a chance for those explosive starts with how the deck is built,
Exactly.
and we see a Battle VIP pass already in Parker's hand as well.
Yeah,
So
Parker actually has a pretty solid hand. He starts with Mew, has a Battle VIP pass, has energy in hand already. Um, we'll have to see. I'm not sure who won the coin flip right now, but we'll see where this matchup takes us. Did you by a chance see what Caleb started with?
I feel like because what Caleb started? No, sorry, I
Uh-huh.
thought you were asking who went first. I think because Parker's active Pokemon is tilted, I think that they're doing that to signify that they are going first. That's something that players do sometimes.
I see.
But no, I did not notice what Caleb started with.
Yeah, I think that'll be pretty big. Parker's hand's pretty good. I mean, even if he went second, I think Parker could come out guns a blazing here. We're just waiting for the round to get started. I think they're working on the timer and stuff, and we should be going here soon.
Yep. Now this match definitely a clash of titans between the kings of the previous format, right? Like I mean, speaking as if we're in post rotation already. But these two decks were usually, well, Lugia was definitely always the most popular deck. Mew kept zigzagging with Lost Box as the second most popular deck, but I feel like despite Path to a Peak, despite Drapion, Mew is still up there, and Mew has been one of the most flexible decks that I've honestly ever seen since playing
Yeah, I mean, I think
Pokemon
the
20
dominance
years ago.
over such a the Mew's dominance over such a long period of time is something that I don't think we've seen since maybe Zoroark GX.
Yeah, agreed. And how it's able to just continually adapt and adapt and adapt, and then it gets countered, and then players readapt and readapt. How we've seen crazy cards making their way into the list, such as Manaphy, even the Aerodactyl V-Star, and even Dreepy at some of these regionals.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, I think the only deck that would in like the super recent meta that you could say would have this kind of dominance was Pikarom for a while. I mean, it lasted a very long time in its dominance as well, but Mew is almost Mew's almost it's just one of the longest, most dominant decks we've seen in forever.
Yeah, I mean, the dominance is definitely comparable to Zoroark. Of course, Zoroark, a much more versatile card. It allowed other strategies and other attackers to flourish. Mew, very, very solid and very straightforward in its plan, its purpose, its attackers. I generally thought when they start printing the battle styles cards, that we would continue to see, like we did see Rapid Strike and Single Strike cards after Battle Styles, but we never saw any more Fusion Strike, and I feel like that's definitely a concept that could have been exploited more to keep the deck fresh and to add more variety.
I think a part of it may have been just Pokemon's mindset that Fusion Strike was so powerful with Mew already that they didn't want to give it anything else to add to its dominance at that point in time in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like the timer, they're having some trouble getting the timer plugin back up, which is why we have a little bit of a delay here.
Yeah, we should be able to get the game started very soon here. But yeah, the camera angle allows us to get a very good glimpse at Parker's hand. Virtually not so much at Caleb's.
I'm playing against Parker for such a long
There we
time.
go.
Sometimes you don't even need the camera angle. You can get a good glimpse at Parker's hand from sitting across the table.
I've never had the pleasure of playing against him, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, there we go. Raikou, amazing rare Raikou, one of my personal favorite cards. And Parker did indeed go first. I don't
Yeah,
know if the
Raikou's
Mew
very
was just
versatile
tilted
card.
or sorry.
I really like the Raikou as well. I think it's such a
No.
great addition to Lost Box. It's really cool that Lugia is able to utilize it with the Archeops, helping load it up with energy. Really, really like that card for sure.
I know, I'm a big fan. I mean, I played Raikou Lost Box for I think 6 premier events in a row, so I'm a big fan
I
of the
played a
card.
bunch of locals with your list.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I definitely I wish I could have gotten a better result for that deck. I feel like it definitely needed to win a big regional. It won Sydney regionals the same weekend as Fort Wayne. which I was very happy about, but I would have been even more happier winning one myself.
That's fair. I think you had taken top 8, right? With that deck a couple times, right?
Only once. Yeah, I made top 8 at San Diego, where
San Diego.
I got kicked. I got my butt kicked by Makani, precisely.
Oh,
and
yes.
Zark
Okay.
pile deck.
His arc pile deck.
Right, so slower start for Parker. Good hand, but not super explosive start. Caleb does manage to get, I think, one Archips in discard pile and a Stoutland, I believe. And then the pressure is on him to get those two Lugias down, because the fact that Parker didn't do much doesn't take away the possibility of just having Mew VMAX boss, right? Well, I guess Mew VMAX boss and Power Tower belt.
I think he in Parker's hand right now. You see a Serena, a Mew VMAX, and a Power Tablet already.
Yeah. So one Lugia V is guaranteed to go down this turn, basically. Now there's the second Archeops into hand, so surely there's a research, or perhaps, I mean, with all the shuffling, I imagine there isn't a quick pull or an ultra pull to follow this up. We might just see a straight up research. But the lack of Lugia, right? Like this way, you get both Archeops into a discard pile, which is fantastic, but it is a little bit risky as well, because if you research away the Archeops and then you don't hit exactly 2 waves to get Lugia V out, then you're in a very risky spot.
Do you think so? If you were in this situation, would you have preferred to Ultra Ball for a Lugia instead?
So honestly, I didn't know what their hand was. Since with all the shuffling or not, I assumed it was research. So I would have played it safe. Yeah, with so much on the line as well, I definitely would have played it safe. I feel like it's more likely that I get to win a game where I bench 2 Lugias on turn 1 and then find out a secondary way to discard an Archeops afterwards than if I whiff, benching the 2 Lugias. And I also not a fan of attaching the energy to the Raikou right there. Like I can't fathom what you would want to retreat into this turn. And then the Lugia is definitely, like, if your Lugia isn't targeted, then the Raikou goes down. So it's a lose-lose on that energy anyways. And then it takes away the possibility to attach a capture energy on, for example, this Lugia and get that second one, right? Or even get one. So you immediately decrease your outs to 1 Lugia V-Star or a second Lugia V-Star by 4 or by 3, depending on how many captures there are, just by attaching that energy to a useless Pokemon in the matchup and with no real purpose, I believe.
No, 100%. I definitely agree with that. And it looks like I don't think he has another way to get energy, or another Lugia out. So I think Caleb's going to have to pass the turn along here, which he does.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see if there's a capture energy in the hand. Yeah, there's a Serena, there's the Power Tablet Evolution. We're going to see an Ultra Ball, and we're going to start seeing a lot of cards. I really, really would pay a good amount of money to see Caleb's hand, to see if there's a capture energy. Yeah, it's like, these are the sort of like very minor things, right? Like you attach that energy, but like, what's a double turbo energy doing on your Raikou? It's either dead or one of your 2 Lugias went down. Yeah, or like so there's no point in it. That energy was lost anyways. They're just reducing the chances of finding those 2 Lugias is not ideal. And then the risk, right? The risk that we were talking about. Finding that second Archeops is like, sure, of course. 2 Archeops in the discard on turn 1 is fantastic. But it's not fantastic if you don't have a Lugia in play next turn to get them out.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We did send somebody out to go check his hand for us. We didn't want to have the great Pablo Meza pay any money, so I sent somebody out to go look at his hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, those are sort of little details that, as I guess a caster and pro player, like I would love to see those. Like to have all full information, then I can give even more accurate commentary, right? So it's something that happens as well when I've done the Pokemon castings. We do have a different camera angle, but then it's not always perfect, right? So I'm always wondering, like, oh, do they have it? Or I go on 2-minute rants on how they really need this one-off card that's really hard to find, and they already had it in their hand this whole time. So yeah.
We did get news. Caleb does not have the capture energy in hand.
Okay. So then that ult roll for the second Arceus ended up being quite
Costly.
costly, and that this doesn't mean the game is over, of course. But
Yeah.
Parker is already at a big advantage right here.
I do think though, it's pretty close to over at this point in time. I mean, Caleb doesn't have any. Yeah, I mean, he needs to bench a Luminion, which is a big liability. He doesn't have any other way to get Archeops out this turn, obviously.
Right.
I
And
think he's
then
gonna have to bank on Marnieing, is what my assumption. Yeah, there you go, Marnie.
yeah, and then Marnie does nothing to VMAX. They just get back up to 6 cards, and then you're in the same spot, in the exact same spot. Your goal is to bench 2 Lugia Vs, right?
Mhm.
This turn. If you only bench 1, then you open yourself up to the exact same thing happening like the
Exactly.
previous turn. So then it's just that decision on turn 1, going into this sort of like automatic pilot of, well, I always want 2 Arceus in the discard pile, and I have the resources to do it, so I'm gonna do it. But then if you don't factor in what your opponent can do, then these sort of punishes end up happening. Yeah, like it's not guaranteed that your opponent will have it. But if there's a chance, yeah, then why risk it?
Yeah, and I think we're looking at the same thing again. He passes the turn, doesn't have a second Lugia, and all Parker needs is a way to get that Lugia up, along with a switch card, which he already has in hand.
Yeah. And one boss, of course, not super difficult. And even there's Pokemon catchers as well to be found, and even an escape rope. Yeah, even if you
Mhm.
don't get the Lugia KO, right? If
Yeah,
you
I
are
mean,
able to escape rope and get 2 more prizes, then you're 1 Lugia V-Star away from winning the game.
mhm.
So
And Parker also plays the Echoing Horn in this deck
yeah, that's
to
true.
bring that Luminion back afterward.
Yeah, and not have to even deal with a V-Star. There's the escape rope, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And I was going to say there was 1 card missing there from the draw. So guaranteed 2 prizes this turn. And then there's a Pokemon catcher as well.
Wow.
That is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, I got a
I mean,
question for you. What would you have played the catcher in that situation first?
so there's definitely a lot to consider here. And I feel like this is where Parker's experience with Fusion Strike Mew shows. Yeah.
Mhm.
The immediate my immediate instinct for sure was, okay, I flip for the catcher, and then if I flip heads, it's over. This I am very surprised. Oh wait, that's the Stoutland, right? Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, so my immediate instinct was to go ahead and play the catcher. But by not playing the catcher, now you know you have that for next turn, right? But if you flip tails on the catcher, then you still end up playing the escape rope anyways, and you don't have the catcher for next turn. So then you're just making your path easier. You're just saying, okay, sure, you can have the Lugia V-Star, you can maybe take 3 prizes, which is not the biggest of deals, because I can just win next turn through the use of my Pokemon catchers or my boss's orders.
Yeah, I think did he roll any heads at all?
Seems like double tails. That would have put this arena back on top,
Exactly.
basically guaranteeing game. Now it's going to be even more fun conflict times with those Pokemon catchers or
This
the
might be
boss, right?
this might be the first time I've seen Parker roll 3 tails out of 3.
The universe finds a way to even itself out, but we do see a Forest Seal Stone available, so that just immediately gets Caleb the win. Promoting, I definitely disagree with the
Yeah.
promotional style, and it means there's no need for the things, the ghost effects even. And sure, Caleb gets 2 prizes, but then the game is 100% over. And like at this point, at least the double turbo would have helped on the Raikou
Mhm.
to either retreat or maybe you attack with Raikou, especially. So we do the V guard to try and make the Stoutland not get KO'd. So no easy target for Parker. Maybe saving the Echoing Horn could have been a consideration, but if Caleb tries to play around that and benches something else, then there's no possibility of the Echoing Horn. So
Exactly. I think, I mean, Parker's still in a decent position. You see a
oh
tablet
yeah.
in his hand, and
Yeah,
he
tablet
has a
and Forest
Forest
Seal
Seal Stone.
Stone, that's game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to
I
like
like
think about the situations, the train of thought
I like the
from
effort by Caleb here, but
yeah,
I do
exactly.
think that the correct route probably would have been to promote Lugia to at least force Parker to play around Lugia, but nonetheless.
All right, so I think we can definitely call this game at this point. So hopefully Caleb ends up playing super conservatively, especially like, okay, game one, you took that risk. Yeah.
Mhm.
But like what I've always thought about is like, especially going second, you have one goal on turn one. Bench to Lugia Vs and discard as many R-Cubes as you can, but you can't forego the double benching in order to get the R-Cubes. It really doesn't work out in your favor.
Yeah, no, I think you're correct for sure on that one. If he would have gone for 2 Lugias that first game, you can't help, or the first turn, you can't help but think that things may have gone a little bit differently.
Yeah, now I think we just saw the importance of being very clear with your energy attachments. Parker thought that Caleb was only doing 80 damage. There was actually a powerful energy at the very bottom. So that's also something I really emphasize, just being super clear on your actions, what you're doing. Not going for the win immediately. Maybe is 260 minus 30 to 30 not enough to KO the Stoutland? Am I missing something?
It
Maybe
could be Parker
there is
just
a power
showboating again.
Stoutland.
He likes
There-
to cram-o-matic to show off for no reason.
Maybe he's just looking to do the maximum amount of damage this turn, I guess. Yeah, there's double turbo, there's Mew, there's power tablet, and that's game,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's game. Right? Yeah.
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 Yeah, I was a little confused right there.
Parker making us
thought I
doubt our
missed.
math skills here.
Yeah. Honestly, that always happens to me. Like when they don't do the immediate thing that I was thinking of, like in terms of like the game's over, then I start to question myself and I start getting nervous. Like, wait, did I say something stupid? Did I think something wrong? Like, what is happening? What am I missing?
No, 100%. I'm glad that our math skills were correct there. I've definitely been wrong on many occasions. So
Yeah, I've definitely said some silly things on stream as well. I just hope that since it's live and things happen so quickly, people don't notice as much.
exactly. I mean, if it helps, I've never noticed you saying anything stupid ever. So,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
so Caleb, this second game is going to be really different. Caleb one gets to go first, and two hopefully has learned to play a little bit safer. Um, as long as he can maybe get 2 Lugias out this turn, I think he should be okay.
Yeah. And I mean, now Caleb has seen the Fusion Strike energies on the Meloda. In case they weren't aware before, now they definitely are, right? So you don't necessarily need 2 Lugia Vs to protect from the escape rope. And I think Parker also didn't reveal Pokemon Catcher either. So I don't know if Caleb knows or not. The 100% safe route is 2 Lugia Vs. Yeah. You could also potentially play, like, have something active, have a Lugia V on the bench, and then have something else on the bench to play around an escape rope KO. But 100%, now seeing the Meloetta and the possibility of a turn one KO, the 100% safe play is double Lugia. That's the best thing that Caleb can do to guarantee that he gets to play and gets to execute their game plan.
Exactly. And honestly, a great starter for Caleb, too. A Pokemon he wouldn't mind getting knocked out. Anytime you go first against Mew VMAX with the Fusion Strike build, you want to start with a single prize.
Absolutely.
So solid so far. Let's see if and he has Evo Incense in his hand right away, which is good.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the hand allows to see more play and the double look. Yeah, there's one at least. Will the other one show up though? Continuing to
Caleb choosing to play with the $200 Art Lugia there.
Yeah, and then I think I do see another, either an Ultra Ball or a Quick Ball, the way they're spreading the cards to the front of the hand. So interesting to they're definitely second guessing. They're like, do I really need to? Yes, Caleb, you really need to.
Definitely really need to.
Yeah.
Oh, did they get rid of a Lugia V-Star with that Quick Ball?
I honestly can't tell if it's a Lugia V-Star or a Luminian. It might be a Lugia V-Star, yeah.
Interesting. I hope Caleb has looked through their deck just to make sure the other Lugia V-Stars there. I'm not sure if they're playing 2 or 3. but I know that I've been in the situation where I have only been playing 2 and I've discarded one early a little greedily and realized the other one's prized.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they already went through their deck, so it might be a calculated risk, but yeah, we do see the double Lugia, so playing it super safe. And
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely peculiar in terms of like on turn 1 you have a little bit more room for playing it not so safe. So it's ironic that they played it super safe when going first, and then they took that risk going second. But we do see the double Fusion Strike energy draw, or no, single strike. That's a single Fusion Strike energy. Jeez, so confusing.
Yeah, Parker's hand not looking completely amazing, but not terrible either. As long as he still has 2 Fusion Strikes in deck,
Yeah.
he should be okay to draw into the Lesser Sparkle and get an attack off.
So I really wonder if you would choose to V-Star preemptively for the Alessas and to thin. Like, of course, if you keep the Forest Seal Stone available, then if you draw the Alessa, you can search for the Pokemon Catcher or the Escape Rope. If you find the Escape Rope, then you search for the Alessas. But only off of 2 cards, I don't know. I feel like I would like my chance of thinning. 3 cards, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he is able to get another Genesect out here. I guess it ended up working out in his favor here, but I agree with you. I'm not 100% sure what the right play would have been. Because he does have the option to, oh, well, you're right. That's a tough spot.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting decisions for sure. And I mean, all these sequencing decisions, I honestly don't think there's an 100% right answer. I feel like there's too many variables to really say, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. A lot of the time in retrospect, you're like, oh, wait, I should have done this. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like by burning by using up the B-Star immediately, you thin the LSS, so you're essentially V-starring for 3 cards at that point. Yeah, so then because like worst case scenario, if you end up whiffing both cards, that's probably what you're gonna do to try and just get that 1 prize KO anyways. I mean, maybe you don't overcommit, but then you're giving your opponent the initiative. So I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna do it eventually, whether you whiff or you get it, then you might as well do it now, and then you increase the chance of finding the escape rope or the Pokemon catchers.
Exactly. And the other factor is, I mean, if I'm Parker in this situation, I'm afraid of drawing into one of those Fusion Strike energies, and then causing myself grief in that way.
Yeah, potentially. All right, last Fusion Strike system. We saw, I think, the Silene, so no way to KO Lugia this turn. Do you go for the Alessa Sparkle right here? Also, each time you use Fusion Strike system, it's another chance that you could just draw another Fusion Strike energy, and therefore now you can't do it. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would have gone for it since the very
I think
beginning.
you're correct, because then you thin out the Lesser Sparkle along with 2 Fusion Strike energies.
Yeah.
And then you're drawing more cards on top of it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think
yeah, exactly. Like you thin the deck of 3 cards, and you guarantee that you won't draw the Fusion Strike energies, because then that would completely ruin it 100%, right? So I think Parker's really in that particular conundrum. Like, do I use the V-Star and take 1 prize with my Meloetta, or do I save it? And there is merit to saving it, because then if the Meloetta gets to survive, with your current hand, you can actually reach for a 280 damage knockout with Meloetta. So, yeah, interesting decision. And seems like Parker's going to be the conservative one this time around with the head flip on the Silene.
Play, honestly, I like saving it. I like being able to put a quick ball on top as well to thin your hand a little bit. Get rid of that VIP pass that's in there. Oh, but he already has an Ultra Ball there.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Power Tablet. In case the Meloetta goes down, that's how you reach for a knockout on a Lugia as well.
Exactly. Oh.
What?
I don't know if I like that play.
I am not a fan of that play either, yeah. In terms of the price trade-off, I don't know.
Yeah, that was a peculiar decision. All Lugia has to do is take I mean, you're not changing the amount of turns Lugia needs to win the game by promoting Meloetta over leaving me or Genesis.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe Parker has more information regarding that, and maybe they priced 2 Mews. Maybe that's why. I am very surprised by this.
I mean, if he promotes a Genesect there and the Genesect gets knocked out, Caleb still needs 2 turns after that. Whereas if he knocks out the Meloetta here, he's going to need 2 turns as well. I don't like that play at all. And now you're taking away your easy KO route with
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Now you're super complicating your KO on the Lugia V-Star this way. Yeah. Definitely not a fan. I can't tell which support is being played. Is it Irida?
Yeah, I can't tell either. Actually, honestly, by first glimpse, it looks like Misfortune Sisters to me, but it's obviously not.
I don't think that's Misfortune Sisters.
I think it is an Irida. The water.
Irida. Oh, Irida. Yeah, yeah. I think it's the alternate art one from Crown Zenith.
Yes, you're right. That would make sense. Sad. I was really hoping to see a Misfortune Sisters sighting today.
All right, so I feel like with Caleb's like slowing down a little bit, I think that's always a tell you can get from players. I think he's having a hard time deciding because he's not gonna be able. He only has 1 Arcubes in the discard already, so he might not be able to get both Arcubes, and that would be really detrimental. Like if you can't take advantage of the fact that Parker actually whiffed the KO here, and also they gave you the Fusion Strike energy in a silver platter, then that's going to be really awful. But you really cannot afford to play with 1 Arcubes against VMAX.
Yeah, it's really tough because then it takes out Yveltal almost completely. You would need energy attachment on the turn prior to using it and on the turn you want to use it. It would be really tough to power up Yveltal without it. And so let's see what route Caleb takes here. He's able to get the evolution incense if he wants to go for the Archeops, but then he doesn't have the Lugia V-Star in hand. Yeah, so he uses the Evo incense to get Archeops. Might have a dead hand, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they didn't even grab Aluminium, so off the Irida, did they? Did I miss that?
That's pretty crazy. You would think that yeah.
There's no way both Luminions are prized, is there?
Yeah, that's really
maybe they
weird.
only run 1. No, there's 2 Luminions.
Yeah, they do run 2 Luminion.
Yeah. Okay, Aurora discard and pass. Yeah, dead hand. And I have to assume double Luminion prize. There's no reason why you wouldn't grab a second Luminion. Wow, what a poor start for Caleb. So Parker not getting punished by the promotion of the Meloetta. And yeah, I mean, really easy to capitalize off of this.
I still think Parker's going to regret promoting the Meloetta because in this situation, you probably don't want to attack with Meloetta. You probably want to get the Fusion Strike energy out and still attack with the Mew VMAX and protect your Fusion Strike energies again.
Yeah, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. Retreating that energy would be just the same as the Meloetta getting KO'd.
Oh yeah.
Puts it out of commission, especially with Silene gone basically forever.
Although if he can get an escape rope here, he's back into fighting fit condition.
All right.
Power tablet.
So Parker really trying to save this V-Star. I feel like I don't know. I would have preferred to use it last turn, and then I feel like it's way overdue here. He's already discarded IMU VMAX. We're gonna see a Pokemon Catcher, Tails, and
Parker has a Sparkle now.
Yeah, finally there's a Sparkle. But I mean, like, if you're gonna do Sparkle to knock out a Dunsparce this turn, why not just do it last turn?
Exactly. I think if he's smart, he's gonna use that V-Star ability to go get that escape rope.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
That would be because he has the other Fusion Strike energy in hand.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Why is he shuffling?
I don't know. Maybe he's gonna try and get it off of the other Genesect and then.
Yeah, he has more Genesect. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's still able to exploit that. I mean, of course, it makes sense to conserve it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I would have preferred to. I guess I would have more aggressively gone for it the previous turn. Let's draw the switch, not the escape rope. And Chromatic, another tails for the coin flip king.
It is kind of crazy to hear Parker Lish getting tails. That's 4 for 4 tails so far.
I mean, since I was at Vancouver, I admit I did not see the stream games. But yeah, I heard that he was definitely getting some really good flips. This is really good though, because then you get to conserve the Lugia. I mean, the energies on the Meloetta. Now you don't get to risk it, and potentially get to use Melodious Echo multiple times for knockouts.
Exactly. I think this is really nice. And oh, what? He goes back into the Meloetta again.
Okay. I mean,
What?
really trying to play with the price trade-off, but I don't
I'm
know.
just not a fan of that play at all, though.
I mean, with the, I guess if you don't know if they play Drapion, it kind of
That's
makes
true.
sense. They could always top deck out of this, but yeah, not with a lost vacuum, and that's game. That is 100% game.
Yeah. Did he pass? Oh my goodness. He
Yeah, he
passed?
just passed. Yep.
Oh, that's
He just
yeah.
passed.
Unfortunately for Caleb,
Yeah,
Parker
that's
wasn't
really
punished for
unfortunate.
anything Parker did. Parker
Yeah.
again adding insult to injury here just for no reason.
Yeah, I think Caleb's gonna be kicking himself after not benching that, not going for that first Lugia with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
And then, even though it didn't matter because they didn't draw a capture, attaching that energy to the double Raikou. Going second is when you have to be the most careful.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, if even though he didn't draw the capture energy, if he still had two Lugas, he could play with one Archeops at the very least, and he's playing the game again. And again, he took a kind of greedy route. I felt like if he had that dead of a hand, I would have used that evolution incense to just go get my Lugia V Star, so I can use my summoning star, get at least one Archeops out, and try and play the game.
Yeah. If your hand is dead, that's definitely the way to go. But yeah, I mean the double Luminion is also very unlucky. Right?
Yeah, it's
Like
very
it's a
unfortunate.
lot of, that's a 1 in 100 chance of that happening. So technically the Lugia should be in the loss zone. Choice built on the Dunsparce. And GG.
Well
right.
played by both sides. Unfortunate
Show us
that
the
Caleb.
Luminions. Yep,
There they
there's
are.
the two Luminions.
Oh, and the Manaphy.
And the Manaphy, yeah, so couldn't even
All the
fin the
water
Manaphy
Pokemon.
because all the water Pokemon decided to live in the prize cards.
Yeah, unfortunate. We can get both these players in here hopefully in just a second for interviews on both of them, and it'll be fun to ask questions to both of them for sure. I'm interested in hearing Parker's mindset on the choice to continuously attack with Meloetta.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're missing something, but especially the promotion. Like here, I feel like, okay, right? You're trying to not risk that Mew VMAX at all costs, right?
Yep.
And you have Roxanne, so maybe like you can't force them to play 7 prizes. It's difficult to KO Meloetta and then Mew VMAX and then a Genesect of a 2-card hand, right? Fair.
Exactly.
But that first retreat, that's the one I definitely disagree with.
Yeah, I mean there was just no risk in leaving Mew up there. I mean, you don't take away any turns from your opponent in that situation. But yeah, we can hear Parker out and see what his thought process was for sure, and hopefully we can get some more insight on that situation.
All right. So are both players coming in for the interview then?
Yeah, I just sent out word to bring Parker in first, and then we'll talk to Caleb right after that. While they get the stream set up for the next finals matchup.
Interview in progress.
We haven't been told about that yet, but no, but just once again, like, thanks for coming out and doing the commentary with me, Pablo. Super fun to talk to you. Super fun to get your insights, for sure. And I'm sure the viewers are very, very, very thankful to have you here.
I'm very happy. Yeah, I was really excited when Nick asked me to help out, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And hopefully, I can do it more often.
Yeah, definitely. This is a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll have some more of these opportunities. We do have Parker Lish here, who I think just guaranteed himself a little bit of cash as the third place winner.
Yeah.
Not too bad there. Parker, we got a couple questions for you. Pablo and I felt like there were some interesting plays made here in this second matchup. So you're going second, and you
Yeah.
whiff the obviously the Meloetta situation, right?
Yeah.
Was there a reason you first off, was there a reason you chose not to use your V Star power before you started digging? Well, our kind of mindset was if you use that to get your Lesser Sparkle, you thin 3 cards out of the deck. You mitigate the risk of drawing into another Fusion Strike energy, and you increase your chances of drawing into that escape rope or the last. Was it a tablet that he needed, Pablo?
It was either rope or
Yeah.
Rope or spark. Yeah. So what was your mindset on that first play?
So um it was kind of a hard decision. I was very close to just using Elisa Sparkle because I drew into that one Fusion Strike energy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, can't draw into another one. But I didn't quite like want to like use it and exhaust the power. Like if I missed it,
Mm-hmm.
then like all I'm doing is like KOing a Dunsparce with Meloetta, which is
Yeah.
not a good trade. at all.
Gotcha.
So I figured I'd just gamble a little bit. I already won game 1. I get to go first game 3. So I just decided to gamble a little bit. I unfortunately missed one of the pieces, but had he been able to respond, I had double tablet plus Fusion Strike energy in hand, like with a quick ball, to try and respond with another Meloetta.
Uh-huh.
So it's like if he has it, I can try and respond to it. If he can't, then I just win.
Gotcha. And so the next question we kind of had was, both of us were very surprised, and we don't mean to bag on you, but you're a pretty accomplished player, so we like to pick your brain a little bit. But both of us were really surprised when you decided to retreat Mew into Meloetta. Our thought process was that you're not taking away any turns from your opponent. Your opponent's still going to have to play a 3-turn game, whether they knock out a 2-prizer or a single prizer there. So we kind of want to know what your mindset was there on that one. We felt like conserving the Meloetta with energy would allow you to get a one-hit KO pretty easily on a Lugia V-Star had Caleb been able to get a V-Star up.
So with that, like I had the response with I was like planning on having the response. So I was gonna make him go through 2 Meloettas,
Mm-hmm.
or I was gonna attempt to, because I didn't want to feed him a 2-prizer, feed him Meloetta, and then have my last Mew get like Yveltaled or something. So like it was that thought. It wasn't. I haven't like played with Fusion Strike Mew in that like particular scenario. Like normally you either hit the combo or you miss really hard. So it's like that in between on like debating what to do. Like I haven't been in that spot before, and like again, as I was saying, I'm already up game 1, so we can just try this specific scenario, and if it doesn't go my way, I still get to go first game 3.
Most definitely. Pablo, you want to give your thoughts on that real quick?
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic of the going first or second, very interesting. But in that first game, like, were you surprised that they went for that second Arceus instead of the Lugia V of
A
that
little
first
bit,
Ultra
yeah.
Ball? Because
A little bit, yeah. Normally, especially with the Lugia matchup, you want to prioritize double Lugia.
right,
And so when he decided to go full greed with the second Archeops instead of guaranteeing a
yeah,
Lugia, it definitely wasn't looking good for him, and especially where my hand was loaded
yeah.
at the beginning of the game. I was ready to capitalize if he only got one Lugia, which he did.
And then also the attachment on the Raikou, right? Because that also took away the outs of the capture energy.
Yeah, that threw me off too. I don't know if he had capture energy in his hand when he attached it, but
so no, he did not. But like by attaching it, then off of the research, you can no longer attach capture to find that like at least one Lugia even. Yeah, like they weren't guaranteed any Lugia at that point. So yeah, that was extremely greedy going second.
It was, especially in like that in the Lugia versus Mew matchup. Like Fusion Strike Mew's already super aggressive as is.
Yeah.
So you gotta and like you're going second, so you have to make sure that you have 2 Lugias. Otherwise, you just kind of lose the game right there if they get the Gust knockout play.
Yeah, you'd rather find a way to discard the second Arceus on your second turn than not having those two Lugias. And if you had gone for that, then game 1 would have been completely different.
It would have been a lot different. Like it would have still I think it would have still worked out for me because I would have gotten the 2-prize lead. I had the horn
Right.
get the Stoutland onto the bench.
Yeah.
And I still had enough tablets and belt to get the one shot on a V-Star if I needed to.
Yeah, you certainly would have had the upper hand, but the game would not have been necessarily over as it was.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, Parker, thank you very much. We're
Yeah.
going to move on to the next interview, and congratulations on your 3rd place at this tournament.
Thank you.
Just keep in mind that the wonderful casters take tips from
Oh.
any of the cash winners.
You know, with how many times I've been back here, you guys should be tipping me. You know?
Oh, really? You think so? Huh? Well, I guess because of that wonderful comment, we'll make sure you're not back here anymore, Parker. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Parker. We'll see
Yeah.
you later. Can you
Sounds
have
good.
them send back Caleb, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
We're gonna start charging for interviews now.
Yeah, good stuff. Parker always entertaining, always brings a lot to the table, and always has coin flips for us to judge him based on. All right, everyone. We got Caleb here for our opportunity bracket or losers interview. Caleb, so we had a couple questions for you. Playing against Mew VMAX, super tough when Parker's playing a very aggressive fusion version of it. I think there's a lot of opportunities for you to make choices between like playing conservative or playing a little bit greedier. We saw early on in game 1 where you were going second, already in a tough spot because you kind of know Mew's probably going to get to pick and choose their spots next turn. I know Parker didn't show the greatest start though, right? He had a Mew and 2 Genesix and nothing else. Didn't really do a lot with that turn. Had the energy attachment. What was your mindset when you went ahead and played an Ultra Ball for another Archeops before you researched? Pablo and I kind of talked about you're probably hoping to get 2 Lugia Vs out, especially going second because Mew has that opportunity to just be aggressive and turbo and get that first Lugia V. What was your mindset? Was it just kind of that if Mew's going to be aggressive, I got to try and out-aggressive them going second, or?
My biggest thing there was honestly, and maybe it's more of a, I was playing to chance more than I should have on that one. Of I'll take the Archeops and then get the second one off the Ultra Ball. I assume that in 7 cards that I should be able to get either a Quick Ball or another Ultra Ball, when at that point there's 3 Ultra Balls and 4 Quick Balls left in the deck.
Gotcha.
Or even, like I know in that one, I was debating to not attaching to Raikou just to see if I could maybe get a Capture Energy as well.
Yeah, yep.
I thought I had enough outs that I'd be okay only taking the 1.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, tough stuff there. Parker obviously did draw super hot. He did not show a very aggressive hand. We were both thinking Parker has a good hand, but he didn't do much with it. I'm sure in Caleb's head, you're thinking you're probably fine with maybe just the 1 Lugia V. And then the second game, when there was that opportunity for you to go with, you had Irida for Lugia for the Evo Incense. I'm sure you were a little bit frustrated that both Luminion Vs were prized. That's super unfortunate. But you Irida for the Evo Incense, and instead of getting Lugia V-Star, you did go for the Archeops again there. That was another point where we were kind of wondering, was it just that you would rather have the 2 Archeops and wait a turn and miss a turn there, or like what was the mindset?
Yeah, the mindset there, because I had the 2 Lugias set up. I was pretty sure Parker was going to take Lugia regardless of what I did. That next turn he had everything to take one of the 2. And so if I just put if I just took the V-Star off of it and then put Archeops, I'm afraid he just then next turn leaves Lugia, takes Archeops as the knockout, and then end game wise I have nothing I can go off of. Like I have 1 Lugia set up. I could maybe take then 2 to 3 prizes with that one, but I just didn't think I was going to be able to come back from that if I didn't have both of them on the bench.
Yeah, tough stuff. You had a pretty solid start. It's tough that you didn't have really any supporters that were useful to back up there. But Pablo, what are your thoughts on that, and what questions do you have for Caleb?
Yeah, so I definitely agree, as Caleb was just explaining, and going back, my initial thought was like, well, at least you get 1 Arceus out, right? But then your chances of winning are very, very, very low if you get 1. So then I really like the reasoning of like your chances of top decking are probably higher than your chances of actually winning with a single Arceus, especially if it goes down. So going back into it, I thought it wasn't the right play to like at least do something, but I now agree wholeheartedly that was the right route to take and like take that risk. But that first game, I feel like that first game was if you go for that Lugia, then we could have seen a completely different game. And you talked about the outs, but like with the thinner Lugia line as well that you're playing at 3-2, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. We do.
Then yeah, it was definitely a very risky. Like at least if you were going that route, I definitely would have preferred to not attach the double turbo to keep the capture energy outs alive as well.
Yeah, well, good stuff, Caleb. Thank you so much for the time. And we're going to move on here to the championship game. Congratulations on fourth, and honestly, just making it here. You had to win a pretty solid-sized tournament to get here, and you did pretty well today. You liking Lugia?
No, it was honestly the first time I picked it up in the entire format, and it's the reason I didn't play at any other events. It never works for me.
Yeah,
What did you play at other events?
Lost Box is my go-to, but I just
Okay.
decided to. It was already switched for rotation, so I didn't want to unrotate it.
Fair enough. Well, Caleb, thanks again, and we'll talk to you soon.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys.
All right, Pablo, we got a pretty interesting matchup here, similar to the one we saw earlier with Luna Rock against the Mew variant. What are your thoughts on Ricky's chances going into this one? I think the big X factor that could be different here is that Ricky does play the Oricorio that Parker did not.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that will come into play potentially, making the numbers a lot harder for Makani to reach. But the judges, I think it's going to be down to how well does Makani draw from the judges, and how big of an advantage can Ricky build from that. And I believe also the psychically play, which we haven't seen, which we didn't see be used super effectively in the previous Mew versus Luna Rock match. I think this is the time where it's going to be the most important, because you don't have another attacker to try and make it so that Makani doesn't need to only KO 2 Mew VMAXs. So any turn Makani doesn't take a prize card, or you limit their damage output, it's basically like they lost a whole turn.
Exactly. So, got a question for you then. In this matchup, Ricky does not have that opportunity to be aggressive and go second and maybe gain an advantage. So, if Makani's winning the coin flip, and I'm going to reach out and see if we can figure out who exactly won the coin flip. Makani did go first. Do you recommend Makani chooses to go first just to mess with Ricky's chances at getting set up?
Yes, absolutely. The fact that you can build energies onto a Lunatone, get closer to that 2-price trade, make your path to winning easier by being able to like get a turn to KO on a V, and then get 2 more prizes off of Genesect on the bench at some point down the line. I definitely think now the whole dynamic changes, since the Mew deck cannot be aggressive on their first turn. Then if you're Lunatone Solrock, you always want to go first. And if you're Ricky, you always want to go first, because if you go second, then Makani gets a turn, you get a turn, you can't attack, and then they get 2 turns. Whereas the opposite, if you go first, then Makani gets 1 turn to attack you, and then now you can finally attack. So there's no benefit to choosing to go second.
Yeah, I think so. Let's talk about the ideal board state that Ricky could get. In my opinion, and I could be wrong, obviously correct me if I am, but 2 Genesect, 1 Oricorio, and 3 Mews is probably what he should be going for in my head. Do you have a different opinion on that, or?
No, I wholeheartedly agree with that. The counter argument to that is like, sure, that in an ideal world, that would be fantastic. But realistically, with only 2 Genesects, your chances of finding that judge, digging for the power tablets, are gonna be a little limited. So the I guess the balance point would be triple Mew, triple Genesect, and then maybe find an opportunity for Oricorio later, or perhaps do the Oricorio now and put that as a sacrificial lamb on this first turn, expecting the Lunatone to take a KO, because it didn't reduce the damage throughout the whole game, but by soaking up that, then Makani still needs to attack 3 more times after taking a knockout in order to win, which is much better than losing a 2-pricer and Makani needing to only attack 4 times.
Exactly.
So I think Oricorio, like, it could prevent 20 damage the whole game, but by soaking up the first attack, that could actually be equivalent to soaking up damage throughout the rest of the game and puts Riki in a decent spot. But wow, what a nice draw off of the judge.
Exactly. I think you're correct. I mean, if I'm Ricky, honestly, in this situation, I think I go for the 3 Genesect 3 Mew route early, because I'm not too worried about Makani's early game. He's probably still, it's less likely for him to set up for big numbers early than it is later on in the game. And then later on, go for the Oricorio. I think you're 100% correct on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that would be my approach. But as we mentioned before, I am certainly nowhere near close to being an expert in the Mew versus Lunatone Solrock or the Lunatone Solrock versus anything matchup. So, I mean, we can obviously make or arrive to conclusions based on seeing the list and the fact that we know how both decks work. But there might be some things, some nuances that, even though Makani just picked up the deck by looking at Limitless the night before, maybe they've had reps with the deck before
Exactly.
this.
Yeah, looks like Ricky mulling over what to put on top of his deck with that Rotom Phone. What's your opinion on Rotom Phone? I really like the deck. When I used to play Mew, it was one of my favorite cards. I love the idea of looking at the next cards and getting to choose one to put on top, and it really helps against Marnies as well.
Yeah, so I do like the idea behind Rotom Phone, but then I will say that usually the execution was always what I found lacking. Like, in theory, it seemed like a fantastic card. Stack up the stadium at the top, stack up the power tablet for next turn, stack up the energy for next turn. But realistically, I honestly wasn't able to really like, you can't do that if the stadium is simply not in the next 5 cards, right? So that was always like the big hindrance that I found with the card. But this is really cool to see. The Path to Peak seems like it's actually actively stopping Makani from potentially attacking this turn. Like, they weren't able to use the Greninja. They do find a counter stadium, but they did draw energy, so there's a chance that Makani actually whiffs an attack here if no energy is discarded, and there isn't.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest or the most like underrated parts of Path to the Peak against Luna Rock is that it's harder for them to get energy in the discard.
Yeah, exactly. That Greninja is super, super crucial. There's now 4 Soul Rocks in play. A support draw has already been utilized, and we might just see Lunatone's first attack, which I don't even know what it's called. I think it's like Read the Wind, right? You discard a card and draw cards.
I think so. I think it's draw 2 though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Yeah, it's
retreating.
not as powerful as Read the Wind. All right, yeah. So that Path to Peak already, like the combination of Judge plus Path to Peak, already paid for itself, and the fact that now, like, for Riki, it was a win-win. You counter the path to access your Greninja, then I don't need to worry about countering my own path. You don't counter it, then you don't have Greninja. So it's a really good situation for Riki to be in. No need to soak up any damage whatsoever. And now, ideally, they'll be able to be the aggressors this turn.
Exactly.
Ooh. Now we see the Lost City to limit the potential explosiveness with quadruple Soul Rock in a turn. Could also see a boss, I guess, to KO Lunatone, but lost hunting 1 Soul Rock basically means your Mew VMAXs are most certainly not getting one shot, right? Which is really, really nice. But 4 cards off of Judge, nothing guaranteed here. Still missing the 2 crucial pieces: the Mew VMAX and the energy.
Yeah, I mean it seems like the boss on the Lunatone or knocking out the Soul Rock is almost the same exact thing in this situation. You get rid of a way for them to accelerate energy versus get rid of their attacker that already has an energy on there, but it's a lot easier for them to power those up with 4 Soul Rocks out.
All right, another Rotom Phone. There's the Ultra Ball. So now we see the guaranteed attack. I believe there's 1 Fusion Strike system left. So yeah, ideal situation for Riki. I think the one small drawback at this point is that they're already down 2 judges. So this is only the first prize they are going to take. So if your plan is to judge them as much as possible to limit their resources, then you're down to 1, or you need to find your pulp pad afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah, I do think. How relevant do you think this Lost City is going to be on the Soul Rocks?
I mean, I think that removes the explosiveness. It could remove the 1 kill potential on the MUV Max forever. And because of the judge disruption, I don't think Makani will easily be able to like find a hand where they have a powered up Lunatone with enough energies to go after something on the bench. So then if you're not one hit KOing the MUV Max, if you're not one hit KOing any of the bench Pokemon, then you're very prone to the psychic leap play. And you don't need to psychic leap every turn. If you even pull it off once, that could be enough. So I think the Lost City with the judge is the big thing. Yeah, one Lost City only is not as impactful if Makani can stack 10 cards in their hand, as we saw against Parker. But yeah, see, no energy.
Yeah, Makani uses the read the wind equivalent on Lunatone and passes the turn.
Yeah, but of course, Riki can prevent those cards from stacking up. They do have access to their V-Star to potentially go for another judge and a KO. Yeah, and at this point, there might be merit to going boss KO and a second Soul Rock. 2 Soul Rocks in the Lost Zone. Now you're talking about very limited damage potential.
I think the interesting thing here is that because Makani just doesn't have a lot of energy in the discard pile, it might not be too relevant to chase Soul Rocks. But I do agree that if he's able to just get rid of all of the Soul Rocks, there's nothing Makani can really do to power up his Lunatones.
Yeah. No, it was a KO on the Lunatone instead. I really would have loved to see a KO on the Soul Rock. I feel like in the long term, limiting, like forcing Makani to have an energy attachment from hand or a scoop up net to even be able to attack each and every turn is too much pressure on their resources.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you can see really quickly how fast Makani's able to get energy in the.
Right. But with no Soul Rock, it doesn't matter if you have energy. I mean, how many energy you have in the discard, you just can't get them back. I think I lost audio. I don't know if people can still listen to me or not. I definitely
I can
lost.
still hear you.
Oh,
here.
there you are. There you are. Okay, I lost you for a second.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, so yeah, speaking of reach, there's KO on a Mew. So Makani trying to go for that triple boss play, I guess.
Yeah,
2
I
more
think that would
turns.
be the most. I mean, after losing one Soul Rock already, that's probably his best route. I think he's accepted that he can't really reach for the Mew VMAX knockout anymore.
Yeah. I really, really would have loved to see Riki go for a boss on the previous turn. It's like using your V-Star to do that is pretty hefty, but I feel like only 2 Soul Rocks, that's just like, I don't think Makani might have been able to get, or maybe they get the KO, right? But then you don't have a Lunatone on the bench with 1 energy. And then a Lunatone on the bench with 1 energy already and triple Soul Rock, then yeah, it can get out of hand, or they can guarantee the backup Lunatone. So it just starts not snowballing. Yeah, the game's certainly far from over, but I don't know. If you can't,
I
like,
completely agree with you there. It's too late now to go for any other Soul Rocks because he has so many energy on the board.
Yeah,
But that one turn would have been the correct window to chase that
turn.
Soul Rock.
Yeah, because 2 energies on 1 Lunatone with only 2 Soul Rocks was not a big threat.
No.
But now 4 energies on a Lunatone, if you decide to go for Soul Rock, now it's pretty scary. So
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a very obvious line of play, right? And Makani was also not drawing super well. They hadn't been able to attack. So if you also, like, by KOing the Lunatone, now there's 2 Lunatones as well, right? In the Lost Zone. So the pressure is on for the stadiums for sure.
Exactly. Definitely not. When we were first talking about this matchup, the Lost City was not something any of us had really mentioned as far as what cards would be most relevant here. It's pretty surprising to see how much of a role Lost City has been playing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I feel like Lost City, when it first came out, it was pretty meh. But there's the next boss, or Serena this time. But yeah, there's the next KO. Can Makani do this? The Jinsek technically should be going to the Lost Zone. I don't think it's a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Hopefully, you can fix that at some point. The Force Seal Stone is now back into play. Ricky did lose that resource by getting that Jinsek KO'd. And I mean, Lost Zoning, the third Lunatone is fantastic, right? But then they still have one left, so they can still win the game.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Makani's going to need quite a bit to win the game this next turn, but it's very possible. And if he's able to do that, Ricky will really be kicking himself for not going for the Soul Rock.
Yeah. Ooh, that is peculiar. I like that play. You limit the Greninja. Like I mentioned, Lost Zoning, a Lunatone is not as impactful. However, I feel like if you lost on this Lunatone, then they can only find the actual Lunatone to attack you next turn. If you don't lost on this Lunatone, now
Rescue carriers.
one rescue carrier gets back the attacker. So, the timing on the stadiums, a little off.
I think, let's see, maybe the thought process is that because of, oh wow, and a scoop up net, now it's actually really relevant. But I think the thought process was probably that even if he gets the Lunatone back, he won't be able to power it up because he'd need to retreat off of Soul Rock as well, or off of the Greninja. So,
yeah, that's fair. Limiting the Greninja pretty good, and Makani is not able. So the Roxanne plus the Josh disruption, as we mentioned.
Yeah, very powerful.
Makani was able to play with 12 card hand against Parker, and now is limited to 3 cards, which are Manaphy, the Cape of Toughness. I think there was a Battle VIP business in there as well. So and disruption being super key here. Yeah,
I mean, just like you mentioned it in the previous matchup with the Fusion Mew, that the hand disruption is going to be very important, and it's played its role this game too with the judges and then the Roxanne. Makani just unable to stack up his hand, unable to make large combinations of attacks.
Yeah, no explosiveness, no right hand into a Nade Energy KO and VMAX. Limited draws with the Greninja as well, thanks to the Path to the Peak. I mean, of course, like Ricky ended up winning. I definitely want to ask him about the Soul Rock play in that particular turn in the interview. Like, I'm really looking forward to hearing their thoughts. But like, maybe I'm missing something, yeah, or maybe they had something else in mind. I definitely don't convey to know everything and absolutely assume the best play possible every single time. I make a ton of mistakes whilst I'm playing. My latest one costing me day 2 on stream at Fort Twain. So,
well, I mean, happens to the best of us, obviously. But yeah, I think I really do agree with you there. I mean, if he had gone for the Soul Rock, it would have been the rest of his game would have been a lot easier than it ended up being at the end of that.
All right, 1 mulligan for Ricky. And I mean, we have plenty of time, so hopefully we get to see 3 full games of Pokemon. I like after this tournament, if you hadn't invited me to cast today, I would never have built a Lunatone Soul Rock deck. But after watching it right now, once I build Sword and Shield retro decks, I am 100% going to include Lunatone Soul Rock. So
when you're ready to go ahead and test that Lunatone Soul Rock, give me a message and I'll come test with you.
I'll just build it for posterity. I'm definitely not gonna spend time testing the deck. Yeah, unless Scoop Up Net gets reprinted, then we're talking.
Then we're talking. Oh man, yeah, it's a fun deck for sure. I mean, I remember when it first came out, a bunch of us were playing it here in Utah just to see how it goes, but I haven't touched it since the first week of this card being released.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was also a pretty popular deck here at Mexico locals because it was very accessible, very cheap. yeah, we did get an influx of newer players that started collecting a lot during the pandemic, and then they started getting curious about playing. The local stores also did a really good job encouraging people to play and to learn how to play. And so Lunatone Solrock was a very popular choice. But then I think a lot of the players that are playing it really got into it, and they realized like some of the limitations that the deck offered in terms of linearity, and then they flocked onto other decks afterwards.
Yeah. I just remember that I was so distraught by the release of this deck because I was playing Urshifu and Teleon a lot with the Dark Box package, and I mean, you always at locals you're running into that newer player that's easily one-shotting your 3 prize Urshifus, and they don't really even know how they're playing. I just remember it was such a frustrating moment for me when I'm sitting there just like my deck is not working and Lunatones are one-shotting me.
Yeah. The single prize, and then the mana fee just stops my way to try and trade against them. There's no Jirachi GX to eliminate my weakness. Yeah, it's rough. But hey, Urshifu's back.
I know. I'm really excited, actually. I might have to start playing Pokemon again.
All right, so choice belt removed by Lost Vacuum. Seems like a slower start for Riki having to utilize the V-Star in order to get set up. I imagine this is gonna fetch a battle VIP pass. I couldn't tell what else was in the hand. I definitely think Boss's Orders in general is not like a super useful card in this, unless you have the opportunity to Lost on a second Soul Rock, which did not happen. But usually you'll want to remove energies from play, right? You'll want to KO Lunatone. And Riki very, very seriously writing down, figuring out their price cards, writing them down, taking notes. Could you tell us how much is on the line in this finals match?
Yeah, let's go ahead and ask the tournament director himself, Nick. What's on the line here?
$275.
So the winner gets 275. Okay, and what is the second place?
And second place gets 150.
150. So
Very
it's about
nice.
$125 split here that they're playing for.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a very nice chunk of cash.
Oh yeah.
All these winners were picked from Win-A-Box tournaments that I was hosting weekly. We do 8 tournaments to determine who gets invited to the Champions tournament. And Makani just happened to win twice, so Makani got the round 1 bye.
And then, so Nick, I'd also heard a rumor that your casters are paid around $10,000 for the casting of the tournament. Is that correct?
I also heard that rumor.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Pablo's quitting casting for Pokemon for this gig.
Oh man.
Yeah, Riki able to burn through a lot of cards to try and draw out of this mess that he's. Oh wow, and there it is.
Yeah.
The Ultra Ball bails him out.
Yeah, looking all right. I mean, not the best start, but definitely Lunatone Solrock is a deck where you can burn through all those resources. That's 2 Boss's Orders gone. But as we mentioned, your targets are the Lunatones with the energies, not much else, or it's gonna be very rare for you to have any other better targets at that point. So
it will be interesting to see if he's able to recover that. If he's able to recover the Roxanne that he had, that he just discarded with that boss.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I love how Riki did not hesitate and just went Ultra Ball double cram. I feel like I've seen way too many players have that sort of hand and then just play the Cramomatic, trying to get another Valve VIP pass, flip tails, and then just go pass. So that's really, really good. You can clearly tell that Riki has a lot of reps in with this deck based on the fluidity of his play.
Exactly.
So do have a full turn, full setup, sacrificial Mew V. I reckon maybe consider the Genesect because it has that little extra 10 HP, which does matter, right? It is 1 more energy that Lunatone needs, but you also have to factor in that if it does survive, then you need a way to switch it out. Like there's a lot of I don't know. things to consider, resources that you need to either find or not find. And Makani very aggressively thinning the deck off of that Lunatone, recognizing that with the extra access to Rescue Carrier, they will have access to a bunch of Lunatones, and just prioritizing that fourth Soul Rock with no energy in the discard pile. So very interesting choice. And their last card in their hand is a research. So this research has to be one of the best researches in the world. You see the research finding 2 psychic energies and a scoop of net as well. So we'll be able to get an attack. We also saw a choice belt. So will that be enough to get there?
Let's see here. I think with that, if he can draw into, oh yeah,
Right.
it looks like he may have gotten it with that.
Yeah.
Then he can attach and retreat. I
Yep.
think he has 4 in the discard. Oh no, he only has 2 in the discard.
He only has 2, but he only needs 4 total to take a knockout, because they do have choice belt as well.
Oh, he does have the choice belt. Got it.
Yeah. So it's
There you
just
go.
enough. And I love how Makani like they found the Pokestop. Their first instinct, you could tell, was like they brought the card to the front, and you could tell that they considered playing it, but then realizing how impactful both the Path to Peak and the Lost CD are to Muse possibilities to winning this game, conserving that for the future disruption of Judge or Roxanne, making sure that he can be the one that counters the stadium once Ricky plays the first stadium. Like, it's a win-win. If Ricky doesn't play the stadium, then that's fantastic for Makani. If Ricky does play the stadium, well, there's the counter. So it's a win-win for him.
Yeah, and I mean, right there in Ricky's hand, you're right. It's going to be pretty relevant. There's, I think there was the option to pick up the Path to the Peak off of that Rotom phone. I don't know exactly what card he ended up getting, but we'll see here
Yeah, I
in just
couldn't
a
tell
second.
either. Yeah, we're going to start off with the Genesect. Make sure that we are drawing 4 cards, not 5. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then, other than just trying to attack each and every turn, looking for another Mew and power tablets eventually to open up the Psychic Leaps, going into another Mew VMAX. I think this match is going to be probably very straightforward, but Makani with a big advantage, not requiring a boss to start this prize trade-off.
Exactly. I mean, able to take those 2 prizes and take such a big lead against a deck that can only take 1 prize at a time and needs 6 turns to win is pretty solid for Makani. He'd have to whiff quite a bit of turns here in order for Ricky to come back in this game. Well, he got
and Makani, Makani has a possibility to whiff once or twice, maybe, and has time to recover from Eric's hand, and eventually hit the ground running again at some point.
Exactly.
But Ricky does have the ideal setup to deal with this. Yeah, so like he'd love to not be 2 prizes down, but that was out of his control unless he had promoted the Genesect. Yeah, based on what we saw, the Genesect, like if the Genesect was in the active, then maybe Makani would have played the Pokestop to try and dig for the KO, right? Which in the end you're losing 2 prizes anyways, so you're in the same spot gameplay wise, but now you have the upper hand in the stadium war. So that's one small thing that maybe Ricky could have considered. We also don't know if they have a prized Genesect or not, but we were also talking about the ideal setup with 2 Genesects, the Oricorio, the 2 Mews, or the 3 Mews, right? So I don't know, maybe just something to at least consider, which I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, because I mean, you see that he did draw into the second double turbo to retreat off of Genesect if he didn't get the knockout. And in this scenario, at least seeing Makani's turn play out, it does seem unlikely Makani would have been able to reach to the knockout. So yeah, you're right. It's not 100% correct or 100% incorrect to play it the way he did. But in this situation, I think it would have paid off to go with the Genesect instead of the Mew.
Now, Makani playing the escape rope, probably hoping for a mistake. That, of course, does not happen. The stadium that Makani saved for himself in the previous turn does get played now. And can Makani get a KO? Does have the Serena, so can KO.
Wow.
Yep. the Mew, choosing to play boss instead of Serena, which I really like, because that just means you have the Serena as a choice to either take down the Jensen to win the game or draw cards in case you need to continue applying pressure. But this is a very rough spot for Ricky to be in.
Yeah, good stuff there by Makani. I think Ricky is probably looking and noticing that the writing's on the wall here for this game. There's not a lot he can do here. I mean, Makani does need quite a bit of energy the next turn, but still going to be tough for Ricky to pull this game off, I think, at this point in time.
Certainly. I mean, but there's always Roxanne, right? Roxanne plus a Lost City or Roxanne plus Path to a Peak, and then you never know. Yeah, there isn't any damage on them VMAXs. There's no more possibility to Psychic Leap, though. That's another big thing. So that could be a better argument to choose Lost City over Path as your next stadium, because then if Makani chooses to bench a Lunatone, they need to basically either attack the VMAX and then hope the last one can seal the deal, or they need to win the game at that specific point. So
yeah, no, you're 100% correct on that one. I think Ricky did discard Roxanne early in his early in his first turn. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to find his pal pad that I'm pretty sure he does play in order to get that next Roxanne play.
Yeah, there is a pal pad. There is also a Silene, which of course cannot be played to get back Roxanne and then to play Roxanne, but maybe at some point. Yeah, but I think it's, I mean, Judge, of course, also works out, but there's the Roxanne.
Wow. Path Roxanne, pretty solid.
Yeah.
In this situation, do you think, I think I may have almost preferred he go for the Lost City if that was an option to him, obviously. I just like making it more and more difficult for Makani to draw into Lunatones.
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go. But there is merit to the fact, like, sure, they have the outs of the rescue carriers off of this, but also, like, it is also only 2 cards, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
okay,
certainly.
He started Silene early on in the game, not the Roxanne.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, and now both of them are back for a potential back-to-back, not back-to-back, but another Roxanne next turn, and then 2 turns after that. So Ricky's going to have a chance in this game. It's this, and now it's down to, can Makani draw well enough off of this? They do have a few turns to do so. There are some trekking shoes and Serena as well. So pretty nice draws right there.
Yeah, there's a good chance that Ricky doesn't make it to the next turn the way that just turned out for Makani. If he has a way to retreat, he can, well, he'll still be short with the Oracle.
Yeah, he's still short. I mean, even without the Oracle, he would have been one energy short, because you attach retreat, power up 4, and then that's 180. So not quite enough. But yeah, that was a little too close to comfort for sure.
Wow.
And the stadium counter as well, which Makani will choose not to play because the path could potentially hurt Ricky at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it could stop him from finding the Roxanne.
Yeah, and if he needs the path gone for next turn, he can just play it and save that stadium bump.
No, I don't think Makani's holding another costing effect. I honestly can't tell. We've seen each player have a very big advantage when they went first. So I think that might be a major component to who ends up winning this match if we go to a game 3 where Ricky will be able to have that very safe turn 1 where it's very, not impossible, but very difficult for Makani to get like a huge explosive turn 1.
Exactly.
There's the Roxanne, and does get played. So back-to-back Roxannes will not be able to disrupt with Roxanne next turn. Could potentially disrupt with Judge, or could use Eileen to put back the Roxanne. So Makani already drew pretty hot from the first Roxanne. Will double Roxanne stop Makani?
I couldn't quite see the cards that Makani.
No, me neither. I even tilted my head trying to look, but no. All right, so definite retreat. Bye-bye Lunatone. Wow. Path, I mean, immediate counter, 3 cards.
Oh my goodness.
And that guarantees basically back-to-back attacks. And this is where the Lost City, right? If Lost City had been the chosen card instead of Path to the Peak, then we'd be talking that rescue carrier would not have been an out right here. But now Riki knows that there's a Lunatone in Makani's hand. And that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and
Well,
very
not
intelligently
even,
benching the other Lunatone.
yeah, not even in his hand. It's now in play. There's 3 Soul Rocks. There's 2 Mew VMAXs. One of them has to be attacking this turn. 120 damage is not enough to knock out next turn, right? Because right now the active has 160, I believe, if I'm not. No, wait. Yeah, 150, 130 only. 130 damage only. So, okay, the active Mew can definitely tank another hit from a clean Lunatone.
Yeah, this is really interesting just because if Makani has, so it has 130 on it right now, 180 is what's left over, and he's doing one. Interesting. The Oricorio actually factoring in pretty huge here.
Yeah, the damage reduction from Oricorio really coming into play right now.
So Makani will be able to recover 4 energy at the very least because he has another Soul Rock in his hand.
Yeah, so that's
Right.
another 130 damage, right? So that puts the active at 260. I can't really tell, and I don't remember how much damage the benched VMAX has.
Yeah, that's going to be what's the most important, I think, probably because he's going to have to switch into the benched one to attack here.
No, I think he can wait 1 turn. I'm pretty sure.
He
Yeah,
Max Miracled anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's been using Max Miracle. This turn he probably used Technoblast, right? Otherwise they wouldn't have gotten the KO.
Exactly.
And yeah, Makani with a tough decision here. And top decks, oops, I can't tell. There's a Battle VIP pass. I don't know what the other card is. All right, so 4 energy onto the Lunatone. What's the other card? I can tell.
He passes.
Passes the turn. So a boss could do it here for Riki. The 5-2 price comeback after a very aggressive start for Makani. Riki is now a couple turns away from.
Yeah, it just shows the power of Roxanne. I mean, it makes you think about the end of one days, right? Big comebacks and Roxanne here swinging a game again.
Now, Riki's definitely in a tough spot. I feel like if he had boss, he would have already played it.
Yeah.
So if he attacks, he loses the game. So he cannot attack, but by not attacking, then both players are in a. Does Makani top deck the energy? Does Riki find the boss eventually? The path is now stopping Riki way more than Makani at this point.
How do you feel about a retreating into Oricorio play?
I mean, it's of course that makes it harder for Makani to win, but Makani doesn't mind the turns. Escape rope. Yeah, I don't think that changes much. I actually would have preferred to retreat into the Oricorio and save the escape rope.
Yeah.
For when you hopefully eventually top deck the boss. Oh wait, but no, wait, the Mew. I wish I could tell, but I can't tell how much damage is on the Pokemon.
I can't tell on the Mew with the choice belt.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they have to both be in range. Yeah. All right. 1 more energy. So now that Lunatone is ready. 2 battle VIP passes and a choice belt in Makani's hand. So Riki needs boss, right? Riki's waiting for a boss. Makani's waiting for an energy and a boss. We're at a sort of stalemate here. Thanks to the path. So the path really working against Riki right now.
Yeah, putting in a lot of work again. If that had been a lost city instead that 1 turn, this game could have been in a very different spot.
Yeah, because there would have been no Lunatones for Makani to recover from the discard pile. even though they got that rescue carrier. Now there's another Lunatone in Makani's hand, which doesn't really make much of a difference. We see a judge, risky, very, very risky. I
That's gonna
don't
be
like
interesting.
that. I honestly don't. I'm not a big fan of that. Like, you haven't seen Makani go for the game-winning. Your only game-winning potential move is boss, right? So then, this is not Marty, right? This is not getting you closer to a boss. You could just draw the same
Same
cards
cards
that were
again.
not boss. So I don't know. I was not a big fan of that. I've seen Makani
Yeah.
draw really well off of that.
I think let's see.
So now there's a retreating option. There's a quick bulb as well. Oh, okay. I think this is checkmate. Gets rid of the research. We'll grab the Lunatone. We'll scoop up net the Soul Rock, promote the Lunatone to the active spot, attack, take the knockout, and then have 2 Lunatones in play. And then that just means whichever Lunatone goes down,
The next one
can take down the Mew. But did he fail the search?
So let's see.
He
One
actually
was on his
failed the
lockdown,
search.
and I think, maybe 2 were already knocked out.
Maybe.
Okay, but there's a rescue. Oh no, there's not a rescue carrier. He's digging for the rescue carrier here.
Honestly, okay. Well, there's Arena in hand, so Riki needs to make something happen, and there's Synergy now. So Riki needs to make something happen now, or the game's over. And Makani will win this. So Turbo, there's Silene. That doesn't help, and that means we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, there's nothing really I think Ricky can get. He doesn't. Yeah,
it's 1 turn too late.
just Serena's in hand, and he can retreat. There you go. That's game 3.
Yeah, I really wish Riki had been a little more patient with that judge. I understand the need to I really want to play it, but I wish he had been a little more patient, given what Makani had shown at that point. Yeah, but maybe Riki. Actually, let me double check. If he only plays 2 boss's orders, then there were no more boss's orders left. So he still needed to wait for the Silene to find the boss. So it was a lot. It was a big ask. It was definitely a big ask. Those early game discards to try and set up lost zoning a boss and then discarding a boss. That's what ultimately ended up hurting Riki. He did put back the Silene instead of the boss's orders, along with the Roxanne. So if he had chosen boss plus Roxanne instead of Silene plus Roxanne, maybe we could be talking about a different game. He could have aggressively gone after the Lunatone earlier.
I think the thought process behind Silene is that it could turn into a boss if I need it
Yeah,
later
for
on.
sure. For sure.
But man, that's really tough.
Yeah, the thing is, it can turn to a boss, but it also means I have to wait a turn to boss.
Wait a turn for the boss.
Yeah, I feel like also Silene, Silene becomes any card, like a further Roxanne, right? Which could have been impactful. But
Exactly.
but then you have to wait a turn. And that's the big thing. You had very little wiggle room from all the pressure that Makani applied. But now, going first, I feel like if Riki manages to avoid the turn 1 KO, but especially the turn 1 attack, that puts him in a really, really good spot potentially.
Yeah, interesting. So I think Riki does gain a pretty large advantage from getting to go first here.
Yeah.
And having a turn to set up, as long as Makani doesn't have too explosive of a turn of his
for sure.
Himself.
Yeah, it's on Makani to potentially take advantage of. It is a small advantage to be attacking. The mulligan certainly doesn't help. I feel like Riki's best course of action here is, besides his setup, this is the turn where you want to establish the path, right? Because then if you're limiting Greninja, you're greatly limiting the amount of energies that could potentially hit the discard pile. And as we saw in game 1, not even an attack was pulled off thanks to that path to the peak.
Exactly.
So I think that's going to be pretty key.
Yeah, path pretty risky to play sometimes as the Mew player. I mean, you just don't know if you're going to draw into and out to it later on.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Riki does play 2 other Lost Cities, which are outs, and then 2 Lost Vacuums, so 4 outs total, but they had also exhausted some of their resources in the beginning. So we get the game started, and there's the Radiant Greninja already. I can't tell if Ricky's start is good or not. I can see maybe they're trying to like Cramomatic head flip for VIP pass. Once again, seeing the rule come into play after on April 14th and onwards, you cannot Cramomatic away a choice build in order to try and find that Battle VIP pass.
Wow, so Ricky's hand not looking great, I don't think. He's having to quick ball away Silene.
Yeah.
Probably for a Genesect.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he can even thin down to draw any more cards.
Yeah. I don't think I saw a way for him to be able to do that. Still very thoroughly checking the prize cards, making sure that they go through those things. Always super important, no matter what. Like whether you're in a bad situation, you don't want to like recover from a bad situation and then because you didn't bother searching, figuring out your prize cards, figuring out like the important cards, what you do have access to or not, then that could prove to be a little costly. So we'll have to see. I mean, I feel like if you're not going to draw any cards anyways, you might as well just bench another Mew at this stage. To potentially
it might be safer in case Makani's able to dig for the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, if
He
you're
does have
not,
another quick ball.
yeah, that's true. All right, so there's the Genesect. Hopefully, this is not the only thing we see. Another choice build. Oh, actually, it's Roxanne this time around.
Wow.
Roxanne hitting the discard pile. Okay, and double Genesect as well. So maybe this is the game where we see the retreat into the Genesect. I don't know. I can't.
For a few different matchups. I'm not sure if we're gonna get it, Pablo.
Yeah. Right. Choice belt. I think Mew VMAX is the last card in their hand. So we draw 2. Lost Vacuum. Oh, into Cram. Okay, and there's the head flip. All right, so we have a game. Yeah, not even bothering to and to simulate your choice. That's really cool. I'm always like that. Like I forget, I go right hand. I already have all my play figured out, so I'll go right hand and then just show the card and be like, whoa, whoops. And then I turn it over as if that's gonna change something and it just plays. Like it's very rare for you to have a free right hand or a free Chromatic to where you grab a card that you're not gonna play immediately. Because then why are you even playing the supporter at that point, or why are you even wasting the resource of the Chromatic?
So he quick balls away the Oricorio this time.
Yeah, not gonna bother with the Oricorio, which was pretty crucial. And we've been talking about the Psychic Leap and the Psychic Leap and Psychic Leap, but it seems like it's good in theory, but in practice, it's really difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I think I may have actually preferred at this point in time the Oricorio. I mean, you've seen that it's not been working for you to go for the Psychic Leap plays. You're probably not going to go for them until late game anyway if you are going to be able to hit them. I wouldn't have hated the Oricorio on the bench, actually. And then you probably don't need to retreat into the Genesect because Oricorio's on the bench. Or maybe you retreat into Oricorio.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like retreating into the Oricorio a little bit more. But I don't know. It's neither option is ideal, and every option is reliant on Makani's explosive start. And with no path to a peak in play, that means Greninja is active. It being in the active means it can use conceal cards and then be scoop up netted to the bench and then reutilized, which could prove a way for Makani to get this explosive turn that we are already seeing with the Battle VIP passes.
Yeah, I'm sure Ricky would have liked to see that in his opening hand instead of having to dig and dig and dig and get just one. Makani with a Cape of Toughness in hand along with the trekking shoes. Let's see if I can get a look at the rest of his hand. Gets rid of Boss, gets into Quick Ball.
We spelled So the attack is not going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I
Goes for
mean,
Manaphy.
yeah, probably to deck then. I can only assume there's either a Serena or a research in their hand.
Exactly.
So deck thinning,
Has he
but
not played a supporter already this turn?
I don't think he has.
No, you're right. He is not.
Yep. There's a Serena, 1 energy, another
Oh
Battle
my
VIP
goodness.
pass, triple Battle VIP pass on turn 1. Makani's drawing pretty hot.
Just unable to get the energies into the discard pile in order to power up any of his Lunatones right now.
Yeah.
So now next turn, if Makani doesn't get any more energy out into the discard, it could be pretty big to play the path down next turn, actually, where you limit him able to discard energies through Greninja. And you've already seen, or you can Lost City the Greninja if he draws into the Lost City.
Yeah. Now, Makani could go for the Pokestop to get a more, like, to try and dig for that, but once again, he very much values the stadium and the counter stadium towards especially Lost City, but also Path to the Peak. But Ricky definitely in a good spot to take advantage of Makani's slow start. No energy in the discard pile. Already has the switching card. So if we see a Judge Path KO or even a Judge Lost City KO, I guess both are very, very good. But as you mentioned, I do like the Path a lot more just because you potentially stop that Greninja.
Interesting here. Did you say that you had seen the Lost City? Or excuse me, did Makani have the Pokestop in his hand already?
Yeah. He had a
Oh, okay.
Pokestop and a Research in his hand for next turn. And yeah, he could have played the stop to try and get an attack of that turn, but he valued having the counter stadium a lot more. And it's not a Path to Peak, but it is a Lost City, and that means 1 Lunatone is now gone before we've started the game. So, well, I guess it's not gone. There's still the double turbo missing. He still needs to find a double turbo to attack this turn.
Looks like he
Wait.
grew into a Rotom phone, which he can use, and wow, an Ultra Ball.
Yeah,
To thin
not
his hand
bad at
down a little
all.
bit
Ooh, I don't like that Path discard though. I feel like Path has been. I mean, it did hurt him last game, but I don't know. He
I mean,
exploded.
if that Greninja wasn't the active and you're knocking out Greninja with Lost City out, obviously there's no reason
Yeah.
to hold on to Path anymore.
Yeah,
But I
of course.
100% agree. With Greninja still on the board, your effectiveness goes away a little bit with those Judges and Roxanne's.
Yeah, like it's a card I definitely value a little more. Like I can't tell what else is in the hand, so maybe they're too precious pieces to even consider. But I don't know. The Stadium War feels very key. And like even if the Path to Peak isn't helping you in stopping Greninja because they've already used it so much and whatnot, like you're also countering Pokestop, which gives very crucial resources to Makani in the end game.
I was
They're
not able to
always.
get a look at Makani's hand.
I think they found heavy. They had a heavy ball. They had a psychic, but I couldn't tell what else they had.
Okay, I think there was a scoop up nut in there as well.
Might have been, yeah. All right. First Lunatone into Lost Zone. We see a rescue carrier that's not very useful. Pokestop top off the top. Nothing. Oh, Soul Rock in the prize cards.
Oh,
So Makani's gonna be in a good spot. I'm surprised they promoted the Greninja though.
I think the hope was to be able to conceal the cards into another energy and then scoop up the Greninja to
Yeah.
get more energy in the discard.
Yeah, that would make sense. But I mean, you can still do that if with the Greninja on the bench, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, this is, I guess, a little safer. Like if you don't get anything, then perhaps the Pokemon you want to go down is the Greninja
Exactly.
at the end of the turn.
I think ideally he would scoop up into the Soul Rock if he didn't get anything.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
There's the stop, there's the double scoop up net, but no energy. So
Yeah,
only
the scoop
access
up
to
net's not
2
as helpful when
energy.
you don't have a bunch of energy in the discard.
Yeah. Seems like if Makani misses another turn here, it's going to be super, super hard to pull this off. There's the scoop up nets.
Into the Lunatone.
Lunatone, interesting. Oh, there is a supporter still available, but only drawing 2 cards. There's the energy.
Never
so
punished.
yeah,
There we go. There's the other energy.
there's the other energy. So we are going to see the big attack then. But on to the Mew VMAX. So if after watching Mew play every single round, I think we've seen, hopefully we'll finally be able to see that Psychic Leap play.
Yeah, for the first time ever,
Yeah.
we might finally see some psychic leaps.
All right.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, the backup energy hitting for 150 base damage, not bad at all. And now it's on Ricky to pull off this Psychic Leap action to go ahead 2 prizes. Put Makani in a spot where they still need to apply pressure. It's going to be difficult for them to get an attack off. And
Wow.
there's a double power tablet, so there's no way we don't see a Psychic Leap this turn.
I think I probably hold that double turbo energy, though, in case anything crazy happens next turn, but not a bad addition, I guess. Not really too relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell what else was in their hand. If they still have, they've used 1 switch, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
Mhm.
But yeah,
I think
like
they
depending on the
discarded one
switching
switch.
outs.
So they discarded 1 switch and then they used an escape rope so far.
True. Yeah, so maybe a little greedy. They do have an extra escape rope, and another 2 energies, so could be fine. But yeah, I agree. I feel like if Makani's going boss and not KOing, and you get stranded in the active, it's not the end of the world because they didn't get ahead, right? But I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's a risk you have to take. You still have access to your V-Star as well, so finding an energy to retreat on escape rope, the second escape rope, doesn't seem too far-fetched when there's no path to a peek and play. Like, you could even stretch for the escape rope with the Pokestop if you really needed to, in case there's no counter stadium this turn. I would love to see the Lost City come down this turn. That would be the icing on the cake. Put Makani down to 2 Lunatones to be able to attack. Boss's orders getting discarded, so I wonder what the last card in Ricky's hand is. That's so valuable. That's more valuable than a boss's orders. Could be the switching card. Could be the escape rope.
Might just be that switching card. Both players doing a good job of hiding their hands from us. Not quite what the goal should be, but good job on that front. I would love to see, if possible, a stadium here to bump that Pokestop.
Yeah, the Lost City would be super good. What is that card in the middle? Is that the V-Star marker for Makani?
Looks like it, actually.
Okay. There's the Lost City.
There's the Lost City. Very nice.
So Psychic Leap. So Psychic Leap into the KO, into a Lunaton. Gone. This is quite the turn by Ricky. Really putting himself ahead. So then now the question is, who do you promote? Is it the Mew VMAX? I feel like it's the Mew VMAX.
I think so, because then next turn he can evolve the Mew V that's on the bench and bench another one to Psychic Leap again if he feels the need to.
Yeah. I mean, if you can find the other 2 power tablets next turn, then that's gonna be huge. Psychic Leaping without taking a KO, definitely less good. But yeah, I think this is really,
I think he has
really good.
Silene as well in deck now. He did shuffle Silene back in.
Yeah, he did shuffle back in.
Oh,
I don't know.
It looks like they're sarcastically showing us their cards. Nick went outside to probably tell them.
All right, so more energy hits the discard ball thanks to Greninja.
Thanks for
no
that, Nick.
Pokestop. Yeah, there's the escape rope. So the psychically play now a little less good. To be Jensen here, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
It's only ever so slightly harder to take down land immune. So you gotta wonder. And yeah, the right hand will guarantee that KO. We're gonna see the Pokestop, remove the Lost City, but with the Silene back, with the Force Seal Stone, you put back the Lost City, you put Makani down to 1 Lunatone and 1 Lunatone only.
Yeah, and that's pretty
That
big, seeing as
yeah,
he's only taken 2 prizes after this turn,
yep.
and you only have 1 Lunatone to do that work. So I think that'll be really hard to recover from if I'm Makani.
Yeah. I mean, we are assuming that Ricky will flip heads, right? There is also the 25% chance that it is a double tail. So
Yeah.
that's also something to consider. There we see the quick pull, and
I do think instead of going for a third Genesect, now Ricky should probably go for Oracle. Oh, but Oricorio's already
Oricorio's
discarded
gone.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oricorio would be pretty good here at this point in time. Ricky's hand also looks a little clogged, so I was wondering if he'd be able to find, to even draw any cards at this point.
Something
But
to
I
take
believe I
note of as
saw.
well. Ricky's deck is pretty low on cards.
Yeah.
On top of that, I think the other thing to look at is, wow, was that a Chronomatic?
Yeah, that was a Chronomatic.
Oh, he
And
got tails on it. Okay, I
yeah,
thought it was heads for a second there.
I'm very surprised he went for that though. I feel like your deck is so low that you can definitely afford to V-Star. And I would have preferred to keep the Power Tablet for a potential like game-winning Psychic Leap heal. I'm very surprised at that. Maybe that was the last Power Tablet. Maybe one was exhausted in the beginning and I
Yeah,
couldn't tell.
possible.
But
He's drawing a lot of cards here with a lot of prizes still to take. I don't know if he's going to be able to. There's Silene. There's a tails. Oh, double tails.
double tails, 25% chance, no Lost City for
Yeah.
Ricky.
I think unfortunately I don't really see a win con for Ricky anymore. I mean, Makani could still miss on getting his Lunatones out,
Yeah.
but that would have been huge if Ricky was able to get that Lost City out.
Yeah, that's really rough. 25% chance of that happening. 25% chance of being able to recover both Lost Cities, which would have also been pretty big. But yeah, Makani holding the rescue carrier, holding a scoop up net as well, and a research. So
Yeah,
like
I
it's
think looking
not
good for
oh
Makani.
wait, double rescue carrier though. That's less ideal. That means he can't really research. I don't think he
He's
can
much
afford.
digging for here though. I think he'd be pretty satisfied by just attacking into a VMAX here and then
Right. The thing is, Makani is at 4 prizes, right? And
yeah.
Ricky is at 3. So if Makani has to 2-hit KO each Mew VMAX without any resource of boss's ordering, then that's 4 turns to win the game. So at some point he does need to research.
Yeah.
And then go boss.
Wow. That is
Oof.
like the most perfect Pokestop you could have gotten.
That is pretty big. And no discard of boss or Serena, so that means he's now closer to the boss or Serena top decks potentially if he chooses not to use research this turn. I think that's what he's mulling over. You could also just bench the Lunatone here or rebench it.
I don't think he's been able to get to the other Lunatone yet.
Yeah, I could have sworn they were both in the discard pile, but I'm definitely wrong.
Yeah, I guess there's one in the deck still somewhere.
Yeah. This is like Ricky, retreats. Ricky has the potential to go into a third Mew VMAX as well, right? If they have the other Mew VMAX
I think so.
access still, and they have another double turbo, then we could see triple Mew VMAX come into play. And
Makani doesn't have a gusting out in his hand
exactly.
right now.
Yeah, that was the issue with the research and the double rescue carrier. So Ricky goes down to 2 prizes. Makani, if he has to research here to get another attack off, then Makani still needs 2 more turns to win. He'll attack a Mew VMAX, and then he'll need to KO 1, and then has to pause. That's 4 turns total, which he doesn't have. Ricky wins in 3.
I think Ricky would deck out before the 4th turn anyway, though. Ricky only has 3 cards left in his deck. So, I mean, it's really a matter of does Ricky have it at this point in time, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Ricky's game to lose at this point. Makani at top, I think the only way Makani wins is top deck boss, or top deck Serena, or something along those lines. I really can't fathom how he pulled this off. Or a 1-hit KO on a MV Max, which I think is too much of a stretch and is impossible at this stage.
Yeah, I don't think he can do that anymore.
9 energies and a choice built in a single turn. There's no humanly possible way.
And the other thing is he has the rescue carrier and research in hand. Okay, that's not too bad. So he rescue carriers here. Oh, but if he researches, he probably has. I think he has less cards in deck than.
Yeah, after the research, yeah.
Maybe that was a mistake.
No, I think if it would have been, he wouldn't have done it. I don't think the deck out situation will come into play before one of these players wins. Like Ricky needs to attack twice more to win the game.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Ricky only has 2 prizes left now?
Yeah, Ricky only has 2 prizes left now.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so there's a research. If Makani attacks here this MV Max, then they can only win in 2 more turns, which both players win in 2 turns, but Ricky has the initiative. Ricky gets that first turn. So I don't think unless something weird happens, the Cape of Toughness is the one card that maybe could come into play if somehow Ricky misses the KO on a Lunatone at some point and doesn't have escape rope or boss to bypass that. That's the only card I could maybe see.
The other thing I didn't like was I think that last attachment, is that enough to, no, it's not.
No.
The other thing I didn't like is that last attachment of energy to Lunatone, I think should have gone to a Pokemon to become a pivot. He doesn't have any more scoop up nets in hand either.
That's true. I mean, he does have energy in his hand.
Yeah, he has energy in hand.
Yeah, so it's not that big a deal. I think Makani recognizes that he's probably out of options here. Yeah. I wonder where the other Lunatone is, though. There's the attack by Ricky, 1 prize card, 2 attackers in play. Makani's out might be to go Serena and Genesect and hope for the deck out, but he doesn't even have any cards left in the deck anymore. Yeah, so Makani this is just for show. Yeah, just for show. 1 prize away from that big cash prize, but seems like Ricky will be our champion. Goes to Serena for the other. MV Max for show purposes. A boss was priced as well. So it would have been difficult. And it's Technoblast per game. And we have our champion.
Wow. Well played by both sides. I didn't know how this Lunatone was going to fare, but I think Makani did a really good job of playing it well and not making really any misplays there. I think just unfortunately for him, ran out of steam a little bit against Mew VMAX, having so many options to Psychic Leap and pivot into other VMAXs there.
Yeah, the Psychic Leap play did come into play once, and that once was determining.
Oh yeah, which, very crucial Psychic Leap there for sure.
Yeah, you don't need to pull it off every single turn. You just need to pull it off once. And unlike against Lost Box, for example, where you can still, depending on the attackers that they run, you can continuously, they can never one-shot a Mew VMAX, then you can Psychic Leap forever.
Exactly.
Without needing the prize, the power tablets. But in this case, in this specific matchup, as we have learned today, you cannot leave a Lunatone alive with a bunch of energy. You cannot hit 50, heal your Mew, because then whatever comes up is, even the Mew VMAX is probably dead afterwards. So yeah. Pretty cool match though. Pretty cool match. Much closer than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, we originally thought Mew had a huge advantage coming in when we first talked about this matchup, and I think the DTE version does have a better matchup than the Fusion Strike version for sure. Having so many different ways to disrupt and halt your opponent's board state is really crucial.
Yeah, 100%. The disruption is the determining factor. One version lets you accumulate as many resources and cards as you want. the other really limits what you do. Also, there's not only do you have to battle Lost City, you also have to battle Path to a Peak, stopping your Greninja. So it's just too much for the deck to handle, it seems. But it was still very close.
Yeah,
Very,
I
very
think. I
close.
mean, I don't think there would be any regrets on Makani's side playing that matchup. I mean, one or two cards go a different way, and he has the game, and he's probably winning that matchup. Just well played by both sides, and I'm excited to hear Makani's thoughts. I think we do have Makani first, and here he is. So Makani,
What's up?
quite the matchup there. Super
Oh, yeah.
close.
That
Well
was-
played for sure. What's going through your head there as you realize that you're running low on resources? You may not be able to reach for that big one-hit knockout. At the end of that game 3, what are you thinking?
So I knew I couldn't reach it because I didn't have Raihan and it was already down 2 nets. And the only way I would have won is if I like just top deck boss or something. It was the only way I could have maybe won, and I just didn't because I had like 10 cards in deck and I didn't get boss. So I was like,
You also had one of the boss's prize.
yeah, I knew. I looked at that, so I was like, okay, I have to get boss off prizes after serenaing something. So I was like, after I didn't dry, I was like, yeah, this is just game over. And I was like, I think it'd just be cool to just go for a ton of energies on the Lunatone.
Yeah, Pablo actually noticed that pretty early. As soon as you had that research with 2 rescue carries in hand, you were kind of in a tough spot. You couldn't even bench one of those other Lunatones utilizing the scoop ups because you only had 1 in the discard. So you had to hold that research. Whereas maybe if you are able to play that research, things turn out a little differently.
Yeah.
But Pablo, what questions do you have for Makani?
I mean, I'm still wondering the thought process to conclude that this is a deck that wins you the cash prize. I definitely learned a lot. And I was telling Prince here that I've been very impressed by the deck, and obviously it's no longer playable. But whenever I end up building retro decks in the future, I'm gonna include Lunatone Solrock just because of today. So thank you for showing me the light. And yeah, I guess one question I did have is like in this game 3, you didn't get a turn 1 attack on the Mew, right? Which was a pretty big deal. And you had the Pokestop in hand to potentially dig for it, but you chose not to play it. So like did you find it really hard, or like were you mulling over the decision between I need this Pokestop to counter those annoying lost cities versus I also need to apply pressure if I can?
So I felt that the chance of me hitting like 2 energies or whatever off of the Pokestop was like a lower chance than me, or like a lower chance than me hitting like one of my resources that I needed, or like a Serena or something. And I was like, I really don't want to waste a stadium bump because I really needed like the stadium bumps as much as possible. And I like if I got rid of a Serena or a boss there, it's just game over.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I was like, I didn't feel comfortable taking the risk for that.
But did you consider it?
I did consider it. Yeah, I was
Okay.
yeah, it was definitely like a play I could have done, but overall, I was just like, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, long term, I think keeping the stadium is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, super up and down matchup. I mean, from in the stream room when Ricky rolled double tails on Silene and then kept rolling tails on the Cramomatics, I could hear your reaction from in here. I'm sure you were pretty excited at that point in time. Thought you maybe had the game in the bag. As Pokemon shows you, almost pretty much every match you play, so many ups and downs, and despite the format being a little predictable, unpredictability still plays a pretty big role.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks Makani for the time and congratulations on your second place.
Thank you.
PokeDuels tournament. If we can have Ricky back here.
Congratulations.
I think Pablo Makani was a little more excited about his influence on your retro decks than the winnings of the $150.
Feels like it.
While we wait for Ricky, why don't you tell us a little bit? So, do you make retro decks for most formats, or
say that again? Sorry.
Because while we wait for Ricky, I was interested. Do you make a lot of retro decks for most formats that you've played in, or what is the kind of thought process behind that?
Yeah. So like, I get very emotionally attached with decks I do well or worlds I play in. So like for the longest time, I started building a retro deck collection back in like 2012. I stopped for a while, but yeah, like I've generally I can tell that the Sword and Shield block when it was only VMAXs, I almost quit Pokemon because the VMAX era, I've played for 20 years, 100%. The 2020 format and 2021 formats are the two worst formats in the history of the game. Like, not even close. And I almost quit Pokemon because of that. But once V-Stars came out, all of a sudden the game turned into something really, really good and that I've enjoyed a lot. And obviously it comes paired with the fact that tournaments came back, right? And that's what I enjoyed the most out of Pokemon. But yeah, I do I'm really looking forward to I'm not gonna do it yet because a lot of the cards are still relevant, and I'm not gonna buy an extra 4/4 of Lugia in order to just have the retro deck sitting in my closet. But eventually, I will build the retro decks, and it's something I do it slowly but surely, yeah. And I wait until cards are out of format, so they're cheaper. I don't invest a ton of money in that, but in my mind, eventually, someday I'll have the eagerness to play old decks, have the memories. So yeah, I do enjoy doing that.
No, 100%. That's super awesome. I know that here in Utah, we play a lot of retro formats. We have a ton of people with retro decks from pretty much every single format. So when we do get you to make that trip out here, I'd love to get some lessons from you in all these formats that you've gotten to play in.
I mean, honestly, I've forgotten a lot of things. It's so many years. I'm getting old.
I'm getting old. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we do have Ricky here now. Ricky, I mean, congratulations first off
Thank
on
you.
the
Yeah.
first place. You're winning a little bit of cash, which mean you will obviously be splitting.
Yeah. With myself?
I don't know
My
about that
wife?
one. But honestly, great, well played. I mean, Lunatone Soul Rock, I'm sure, is not something that was on your mind.
No.
You were theory crafting on your drive over. But well played matchup. So me and Pablo, over the course of this tournament, we've seen a lot of this stupid Mew and Lunatone Soul Rock matchup. When Parker was playing, we talked a lot about having those 3 Mews out and being able to Psychic Leap. And we only saw that one time all day.
Yeah.
No one was able to Psychic Leap and have the other VMAX and have the other Mew out
I
ready.
just had that one opportunity.
Just that one opportunity. But that was such a crucial turn.
It's so clean.
Really was game winning there.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what was going through your head there. And what was going through your head when you rolled double tails and the tails on the cram. What was going on over there?
Yeah, so first off with that that Psychic Leap, I had the 2 tablets in my hand. I just need to hold them. There were some instances where I had to burn 1 or 2 just to draw, but I knew if I did it at least one time, that usually seals it. I didn't feel like you needed to do 2. I feel like you're just
overkill.
You're just BMing them, right? But the 1, I feel like it's just very efficient, and if you're lost citying these, for them to pick.
Definitely.
So went for that. But then, I went for the cram, which I was going for the Silene. And I had stone, but I'm just I'm going to hold this stone the whole time. I didn't use it.
Didn't use it.
But, and then the Rotom Phone found me the Silene. And my thought was, and it's funny because I feel like now I'm debating if I got 1 heads if I would have taken the city or the tablet. I think the answer was the tablet, but I don't know if I would have done that. And I remember because I was a little oh, I just clear that and I'll be fine. But, with his rescue carriers and everything, I think the tablet was the correct play just so I could leap again in that specific matchup, just because he was hitting me pretty consistently.
So me and Pablo had kind of talked about it as well when you hit those double tails. Our kind of thought process was 2 Lunatone already down in the Lost Zone. You get that Lost City, 3 is there, and his ability to chain attacks at that point in time becomes very minimal. But Pablo, why don't you give us your thoughts on that play and ask your questions to Ricky as well?
Yeah, so there was that one specific instance where, I could tell you were all 3 games, you were hesitant or not hesitant. You really wanted to save the V-Star, and you kept maximizing your chances to get the right cards that you needed, and it seemed like you always found them. But I do feel like at some points you could have used that V-Star more aggressively to try and get a little bit farther ahead, and that's in I think it was game 1 where you ended up winning anyways. But I feel like if you had been able to Lost Zone that second Soul Rock, then that just limits their damage output completely to where it's even really hard for them to go for their usual line of play, which is boss KO something on the bench, right? To avoid the psychically play. So I don't know, I wonder how you evaluated the risk versus reward of doing that.
Yeah, and it's hard because I'm not really planning out the Luna Soul matchup.
Of course, yeah.
I also I thought I was done with this format. Nick let me know like at 10 o'clock that we were playing old format, so I whipped up a deck together last minute, and I picked Mew even though I didn't play it all last season. So there's definitely some I feel like I didn't do perfectly just because I'm not a Mew expert. But yeah, that's a good point. I could have utilized my stone a lot more efficiently, I'm sure, in both my matches.
I mean, it was still like there was merit to saving it for sure, but especially like in that instance where finding that boss to knock out a Soul Rock would have put you like really far ahead when there wasn't like a big Lunatone threatening you. And then at the end here, I feel like at some point you went like Cramomatic, a power tablet, I think, to get the Silene. I'm not exactly sure, but you went Cramomatic, the power tablet, to find a resource, which you could have just gotten with the V-Star, and saving both the power tablet and the Chromatic for potential psychically play and whatever else came up through the Chromatic. So I don't know. I mean, just something to keep in mind, that especially since Mew isn't changing much from this format to the next, just something to keep in mind. It's great to save the V-Star, but then if you save it all game and you never use it, then what's the point?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Again, that's a little bit of my inexperience there, but yeah. Live and learn. Next time, I'll shake and bake that Luna Rock even harder. So
Exactly. Well, again, congratulations, Ricky.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks for the prize money and everything. It's really nice of you.
To donate it to the casters, yeah.
Exactly. I'll get you mine and Pablo's Venmos and stuff. I think tips are necessary, obviously. But congratulations again, and thanks for competing in the tournament. And we'll hopefully get to keep seeing you on these streams and in these tournaments in the future.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, and
All right,
congratulations.
everybody. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I think we should all express our gratitude towards Pablo by finding his accounts online, going and searching Tablemon on all of his platforms, YouTube especially. But yeah, thanks for coming to the PokeDuels tournament here at Kayfabe Cards in Riverton, Utah. And we're excited to hopefully host a lot more of these.
Yeah, I hope you do, and I'm looking forward to both watching and perhaps participating again. Yeah, this was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I also was surprised that it was like pre-rotation rather than post-rotation, and I definitely know that format way more. I feel a little lost in post-rotation still.
Exactly.
So I was glad about that.
But yeah, all right, we're gonna go ahead and cut the stream for everyone, and have a nice day, everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone.